There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hi everyone, my name is Meghla Bhardwaj and I am so excited to be presenting at the Woman SOAR International Summit 2021. My topic is lessons learned after my fledgling business crashed because of COVID in 2020. So before I get into the lessons learned, let me just quickly share my story with all of you. In April 2017, I lost my husband to a heart attack, and I was left with a 6-year-old son. A year later, in April 2018, I lost my job. I was working for the company for almost 20 years, and they decided to relocate their office to another city. And I lost the very stable, cushy corporate job that I had. At that time, I was faced with a choice whether to continue my corporate career and to look for another job or to start my own business. So I decided to start my own venture. And in July 2019, I started a new business where I was planning to host sourcing trips and also host various events like conferences and workshops in different cities around the world. And in October 2019, I held my first India sourcing trip, which is basically, it was a guided tour where I took almost 50 Amazon e-commerce sellers from the US and Australia to India to help them source private label products from India. And the trip was very successful. I was so excited. This seems like something, the beginning of something big. And I had planned 2 trips in 2020. But of course, in early 2020, COVID hit the world, and my business crashed because I had to cancel the trip. And all of the trips, of course, had to be canceled for 2020. And I was sort of in a very bad situation because the sourcing trips and the events that I was planning to host, this was my main source of revenue for the business. So in 2020, there was no sign of the trip continuing or the possibility of my of me being able to host any conference or workshop at all in 2020. And that was, as I mentioned, my main source of revenue. So that was very disturbing. At one point, I had to dip into my savings, cut back on expenses a lot. And especially in the beginning of the year, things were very difficult. And at one point, I thought I might go bankrupt. Personally, as well, it was a very difficult time. I lost money in property. My son was sick for over 2 months. And in general, everybody, the whole world was sort of in lockdown, and there's homeschooling, and we were adjusting to this new normal. There was no travel. We couldn't go out anywhere. Uh, for months on end, we were literally in lockdown. We couldn't even leave the house. So it was a very difficult time. I mean, for everybody, not only me, but it was even more difficult for me because it affected my business significantly. And on top of that, there were these lockdowns and other things. And then throughout the year, there were other issues that kept cropping up. And it just seemed like there were so many hurdles and bumps throughout the year. At one point, I almost went into depression because, being a single mom and an entrepreneur, and you're dealing with so many different things. You're managing the house, and uh, you also have to make sure that you're earning enough, and then managing my son's schooling as well. So it was just very, very overwhelming. But at the same time, I was also counting my blessings, even though it was a crazy year. I was thankful for a lot, and I was able to make new partnerships. I was able to make new friends that helped me in my journey and helped me come out of the sort of difficult times. And I was also able to pivot my business to a virtual business, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the upcoming slides. But basically, I had started my business, and my plan was to focus on in-person events, but then I had to pivot, and I had to start hosting online events. And so, in a way, there was a blessing because there were new opportunities that emerged for me that I had not actually thought about when I was going into business. Also, I was able to take up some consultancy projects that were specifically around hosting online events. So that was also a blessing for me because it was actually the company that I had previously worked for 20 years as a full-time employee. They had certain projects, and again, that opportunity arose because of the rise of and the popularity of online events. Okay, so let me go over some of the lessons that I learned during this time, and hopefully this might be able to help somebody watching. So the number one lesson that I learned was that adversity creates opportunities. Even though we may think that, oh my God, there's no way out, and even though we may be in a very difficult situation, there's always, always, always an opportunity, and you have to think outside the box, be creative, and think about how you can make the best of the difficult situation. As they say, when life gives you lemons, and you've got to make lemonade. So there is a lot of opportunity to create lemonade in such situations. For example, as I mentioned, I pivoted to virtual events instead of in-person events. Um, E-commerce was also a huge opportunity. A lot of people were buying stuff online because of lockdowns. So I saw that as an opportunity, and I actually started my own Amazon business because of the opportunity that I saw. I also realized that diversification makes a business stronger and also mitigates risk. So this was something that I was forced to do when I was starting my business. I thought that it would only be an in-person events business. But now, actually, I think that in the long term, this has been really beneficial for me because now I have a virtual events business and I have an in-person events business as well. So in a sense, my business is potentially stronger once, of course, we can start traveling and I can start hosting in-person events again. I also realize that perseverance pays off. Sometimes it's just so easy to give up. Like if you're too overwhelmed and there's so many challenges, and it's very difficult to stay focused. But if you do put in the hard work, and if you do stay consistent and true to yourself, good things will happen eventually. It may take time, but ultimately hard work does pay off. You also have to be proactive and take action. So you can't be sitting back and hoping for good things to happen to you, but you have to think like, okay, how can I take advantage of this opportunity and then go out there and grab the opportunities. Just to give you an example, so I mentioned that I got some consultancy projects from my ex-employer, but that didn't happen on its own. I went out to them and I said that, hey, I am specializing in virtual events. Would you like me to host virtual events for you? And I prepared a whole business plan for them. And I told them that, okay, these are the things that I can do for you. And then they got sort of excited and hired me as a consultant. So you have to take action. You can't wait for good things to happen to you. Also, do what you believe in. If you strongly believe in something, if you truly know from your heart that it works, then keep at it. A lot of times, what happened, like when I started the virtual India sourcing show, which is basically a monthly show where we feature Indian suppliers in live webinars, a lot of times I thought, hey, maybe this does not make sense. I'm not really generating any revenue, especially in the initial months when it was just starting off. And a lot of people were telling me, hey, this is not going to last long because, virtual is not the same as in person. But I believed in myself. I knew that, okay, people are not able to travel right now. What's the next best thing that they can do? And what is the next best way for them to source products and suppliers? And so I continued to do the virtual events every month. And now we've been doing it for almost a year, and now it's turning into something bigger. We started as just a virtual event, and now we're sort of created a whole network of service providers. And I'm going to be launching a whole website around this initiative next month. Relationships are so important in business. I'm specifically talking about business relationships because ultimately, even though we're doing business, even though we're entrepreneurs, at the end of the day, we are humans. We are humans conducting business with humans. So I think that is something that we should not forget. And as women, I think we have more empathy, and we can build these relationships better. So I realized that relationships are just so important. And whether these relationships are with your clients or employees or partners or suppliers, when you are in difficult times, you can go back to these people, and if you have a good relationship with them, they'll be there to support you, and also to provide you with guidance when needed. Trust is another very important thing, and this I think a lot of people realized because employees had to work from home, right? So for a company, for employers, they had to trust their employees that they would deliver, and they would be working 8 hours a day, and they would deliver what is required. So trust again is really important as well. I also realized that you can't do it alone. You can't do everything alone. So that's why partnerships are really, really important for any sort of business. And what I did was I collaborated with a lot of different people in my industry, and we created, for example, we co-created workshops. So where I did the planning of the event and everything, and then the expert came in and produced the content, and we split the revenue. So I had to think of new ways of collaborating with people, and putting together events and other business opportunities. Also, your network is your net worth. So I think who you know in business is really important. And what I've realized is that you have to, I mean, of course, each industry is different, right? I mean, you know what your industry is, but whatever your industry is, you want to make sure that you're networking with people. You're whether it's virtual or physical. Of course, physical is not possible, or virtually as well. Networking is really important. A friend in need is a friend indeed. There were a lot of people who were not by my side, and I could tell that they are not really my friends. And at the same time, there were other people who I could call and talk to them and get advice from them, and they would give me good advice, and they'd be there for me. So I really got a good understanding of the real friends that I have. So I think difficult situations um, really are able to tell you who is a good friend. Expect the unexpected. I think in life and in business, and 2020 has generally taught us that life is very, very unpredictable. I mean, for me, even losing my husband was not at all expected. It was out of the blue. So that was a huge, life lesson and a wake up call for me that life is unexpected, very unpredictable. But 2020 has taught us and reiterated even more that anything can happen, but what we need to do is deal with it, and that's what's important. How do we deal with situations is what's really important, because tough things are going to happen. I mean, you are going to be facing challenges. It's something that will happen in life, but what's really important is how you deal with those challenges. And sometimes plan A, of course, doesn't work, but plan B also doesn't work, and plan C also doesn't work. So you have to have plans D, E, F, and that's just part of life. Just make sure that you are continuing to look for different options and that you are persistent and consistent. Flexibility is important, whether in business or personal life. You have to be ready to adapt and change to circumstances. And a lot of us, of course, had to change, and we had to do things very differently in 2020. But I think in business specifically, it's just so very important to be able to react quickly to any sort of changes that you have. And for me, I was a new entrepreneur, and I was just starting off my business, and I had to quickly pivot within a few months of starting the business. So that really opened up my eyes and made me realize how important it is to have an agile business and to be flexible and be ready to react and change direction really quickly. And it's more difficult to for a big company to change direction, but if you are an entrepreneur, it's easier to do that. But what's important is you must realize that you have to do it sooner than later. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to talk about your weaknesses, your shortcomings. I think this is something that I've also realized. Sometimes we try to portray that we are really strong and uh, we don't have any weaknesses. But I think as humans, we do have our weaknesses and our shortcomings, and I think it's okay to talk about that and let things go. It's also okay to ask for help. A lot of times what happens is we think that if we ask for help, that's a sign of weakness, but actually it's not a sign of weakness. It is a smart thing to ask for help, because you don't have all the answers. You may be super super smart, but there's somebody else who's smarter than you, right? You don't have all the answers, so it's okay to ask for help, whether it's from your friends or family. um, don't worry about looking dumb or stupid for asking for help. Focus on your mental health. This is something that I did not do, especially at the beginning of 2020. And I was sort of going into depression, but I had to keep reminding myself that, hey, I have my son to take care of. I can't let myself go. I have to take care of myself, because if I am not okay, how am I going to take care of my son? So I was able to bring myself out of that depression. This is a very, very important lesson that I learned. Everything is figure outable. I don't even know if that's a word, but now it is. It is figure outable. All problems do have a solution. Sometimes it seems like it's the end of the world. Like if you do face a challenge, it feels like, oh my God, this is such a big problem. How am I going to deal with it? There's no end to this. There's no solution to this problem. But there is always a solution to all problems. Everything is figure outable. Just take a deep breath and try to break things down and look at your options and take things one step at a time when you do come across a situation or a difficult situation that needs to be resolved. Look in the right places, think outside the box, be creative when you do come across challenges. There will be issues and there will be problems in everything that you do, but how you react to them is what's important. I mentioned this on a previous slide as well. And just to give you a couple of examples. So for me personally, um, I was I had a certain situation where somebody actually sent me a legal notice. I was doing, I had a community, a Facebook community, and somebody was not happy with the way things were done in the community, and their name was mentioned. And I got a legal notice for defamation. And when I read that email, I was devastated. I was like, oh my God, what defamation? And I don't want to go into all of details, but I didn't know what to do. I mean, what I did was when I read that letter, I just started crying. I just broke down. It's like, oh my God. Now with everything that's going on in my life, with the business crashing, with lockdowns, with homeschooling, with this and that and everything, now on top of this, I have to deal with legal issues. And it was just devastating. But then after some time, I gathered myself up and I said, okay, what should I do now? What's the next step? And I started talking to people, and we figured it out, and it was finally dealt with. But initially, it just seems like the end of the world. Like, oh my God, I just won't be able to manage this at all. But then I realized that okay, it is figure outable. You just need to take it one step at a time. Be grateful for what you have. And I keep reminding my son about this as well. We have a good life. We have computers, we have internet. If you're watching this, you have a good life, you have internet access. Don't take the little things in life for granted. I mean, all of these seem very cliched, but these things really stood out for me in 2020. As I think back, these are the things that really stood out, and sort of I realized that these things are really so important. Um, Also, be happy with what you have. Sometimes we feel that the grass is greener on the other side, but it's not always the case. If you try to be happy with what you have, if you just live in the moment, live in the day, enjoy each day instead of thinking about the future, instead of thinking about, hey, I want a bigger house or bigger car. Of course, it's good to be, I feel it's definitely good to be, to want to achieve those things and have sort of a target. But at the same time, you have to live in the present, and don't forget to enjoy today, to enjoy the present, um, instead of just focusing on the future. And this is the most important thing that I realize. Always remember your purpose and your why. So this is my son. He was 8 years old in this photo. And I always remind myself why I'm doing what I'm doing. If I start getting into a depression, or if I start, worrying too much, I have to remind myself that I need to take care of myself for my son. He is my why. So this is a quote that I have started to follow and believe in now. Sometimes you must hurt in order to grow, in order to know, sorry, fall in order to grow, lose in order to gain, because life's greatest lessons are learned through pain. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Take care and have a great day.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hi there. We are going to talk about how to dress for success and stop leaving money on the table. I am Elisa Ellis, and I am a wardrobe stylist. I'm a former corporate gal who turned entrepreneur, and I have been everything from a size 10 to a size 18 and back again, somewhere in the middle. You don't have to have a stylist to look good, but I work with clients who want to look good, feel good, and have more confidence. And we're going to talk about how to stop leaving money on the table. So, how you show up matters. I truly believe this. And I know there are some people out there who would say, no, doesn't matter. But there was an article in Inc. magazine about a study done at Princeton probably 3 or 4 years ago. And what they did is they got subjects together and they put them in all different clothes and they ran their study. And what they found was that people who were wearing richer looking clothes were deemed more competent. Now, they were aghast at this, right? They thought this can't be right. So they redid it. They redid the study and they offered cash incentives this time. And what happened? The same thing. People who were wearing richer looking clothes were deemed more competent, and those wearing poorer looking clothes were deemed less competent. Now, I know this might seem judgmental and harsh, but it's just the true reality of the situation. And it's just so important that you make a good first impression. And here's the thing, you don't have to spend a lot of money to look good. Okay. I truly believe you can look good on a budget, but you can't ever get that first impression back, right? So, I want to make sure that we talk really quickly about how important this is in person and on Zoom. Okay. Every time we show up in these little boxes, we are showing up and representing ourselves. Okay. People want to know, like, and trust the people they work with. So every time you show up in one of these boxes, you want to make sure that your background is clear of clutter, that you that are dressed appropriately. There's no laundry sitting next to you. Okay. Now, you might not be convinced yet. You might still be thinking, yeah, that's not totally true, but I'm going to give you a real life example. I want to tell you about a time that I was at a networking event and this woman sat next to me and we got to chatting and she said she was a financial advisor and I do a lot of networking. So I said, hey, I'd love to introduce you to some of the other people in my different groups. I think you could have some really great referral partners. And she said, no, I don't need to. I'm super successful. I'm too busy for that. I was like, well, Okay. But here's the thing, I didn't really believe her 100% because here's what I noticed while I was sitting next to her. She had a pen mark on her lapel, she had holes in her pocket of her jacket, and she had a stain on the front of her shirt. And here's the thing, she's a financial advisor. So people are paying her to pay attention to their details. But she's not paying attention to her own details. She didn't spend 5, 10 minutes, whatever it was, to kind of look herself over or make sure that she looked good before she walked out the door. Now, look, she might have been having a bad day. I get it, right? We all have those days when we spill coffee on ourselves, but it was just the overall look. She wasn't paying attention to her own details. And I completely understand right now it's really hard because, we're not going out of our houses, we're working from home, we have no incentive to get dressed, or we're getting dressed from the waist up. But here's the thing, I want you to really stop and think about when you show up for yourself, you are going to show up for your clients way better. Okay. When you show up for yourself first, you're able to serve everybody else better. Now I want you to think about how much money you're losing, how much money you're leaving on the table when you don't show up. How much is one client worth to you? Is it worth 500, 1,000, 5,000? One client, okay? Now imagine if you're missing out on one client once a month, okay? Let's say $1,000 bucks. That's $12,000 in a year that you are missing out on, okay? That's a lot of money just because you are not showing up as your best self. Okay, that's pretty amazing. So, if you think about it, I want to help you figure out how you can show up as your best self. And that's about being authentic, on brand, and confident. Okay, so what does authentic mean? Authentic means that you want to put things on that you love. What makes you feel amazing when you walk out the door? Okay, what do you feel confident in? What do you have that just fits amazing? I want you to close your eyes real quick just for 1 second and imagine putting on, come on, close your eyes. Imagine putting on an outfit that fits your body perfectly and you feel amazing. Okay, now open your eyes. Take that feeling with you. What does that outfit look like? Okay, do you have it in your closet? I'm going to guess not. Maybe you do, but does it fit? Okay. If you don't know what that is, I'm going to give you a couple of examples. So I have a dear friend when she networks, when she speaks, she's always in a sheath dress. Okay, she puts on a perfectly fitted sheath dress, puts on some bling, she's good to go. I have another client that she's in the financial world. She wears very dark suits, and then she puts on a really quirky and fun shoe because that's what makes her feel authentic and like her best self. Okay. So maybe you don't even know where to start. Maybe you're maybe a little bit casual, maybe you're professional, maybe you're a bohemian, maybe you're somewhere in the middle, you're not really sure. So I want to give you some examples of what that looks like. So casual. So I have a coach that I used to work with, and his branding is rock star, rock your life. Okay. He shows up on stage in front of a crowd of 300, 500 people, and he is always wearing black jeans, a graphic tee, and a sport coat. Okay. That's part of his look. Now, I'm not telling you to show up in jeans. He can do this because he already fills rooms with 300, 500 people, right? But he is being authentic. That's who he is. He used to be a rock star roadie and he used to work for rock bands. And now he has carried that into his life right now. I have a coach that she is very intuitive and her message is about listening to God and listening to your inner voice. And when she shows up and she speaks, she comes in the most ethereal, beautiful, flowy, bohemian outfits. Okay, but it works. It's part of her being, it's part of her talk, it's part of her message. And so those are the types of things that I want you to think about. And then, I have this guy that I know and he is all about how to make you money. Okay. And when he shows up, he is dressed in the best suits I have ever seen. Okay. He is walking the talk. Okay. That's what I want you to think about when you're being authentic. Okay. What makes you feel like you? And all of those people are like that I just mentioned, they're like that in their everyday lives. It's not like when they go to talk or when they go to a networking event, that's how they show up, okay, every day. So, how do you feel like your best self? How are you on brand? Maybe you don't know what that looks like. Maybe you don't know what makes you feel amazing. And so I want you to start with 5 essentials: a white button down or a white tee, a blazer or a cardigan, a blouse of some sort, maybe a print, some color. I particularly love prints because they makes it easier to mix and match. It's super versatile. And then pick a bottom, a skirt, a pair of pants, a dark wash pair of jeans, a little black dress or a suit. Now, that's a lot of choices. I get it. But here's the thing. I have clients who will never wear skirts, and I have clients who will never wear pants. I'm not going to come and tell you what to wear. About 3 years ago, I went to an event and this woman got up on stage and she said, as a woman, when you get up on stage, you should be wearing a dress, heels, and nylons. And I was like, there's going to be a cold day in hell before I wear nylons. Okay. But here's the thing. She doesn't know me. She can't tell me what I should be wearing. So I'm not going to tell you what you should be wearing. You need to figure that out. Okay. And you don't need a stylist to help you, but it definitely helps. So just kind of try things on and see how they fit and feel. I say a little black dress or a suit because I have some clients that will never wear a dress, but they're happy to wear a suit. Okay. So you figure out what works for you. But a blazer and a t-shirt and a pair of jeans, that's an upscaled casual professional look. Okay. Take the blazer off, then you're down to a casual look. It's about making things that are versatile and you can work with your life and your lifestyle. Now that you've kind of figured out what you like, you want to figure out what's going to make you stand out. Okay. You want to figure out how you are going to stand out from the crowd. What's going to make you different? Okay. And part of that is color. Do you love color? Do you have brand colors? Do you have a theme? Do you have a message? Color is really important. I always love to recommend to clients to wear color. And more often than not, my clients are comfortable wearing black because they think it's slimming and it's just basic. But here's the thing, you don't always look slim in black. So I want you to think about adding color because here's the thing. When you show up in color, people are going to notice you. You are going to stand out. And it doesn't matter if it's a pastel or a bright red or green. Whenever I have been on Zoom this last year and a half, every time I've had some color in my wardrobe, people always reach out and they're like, hi, how are you? How's it going? Nice to see you. And it's just about being at the top of their mind, right? Color is a fantastic way to do that, okay? And it's a way to separate yourself from other people to make you rise above. Now, you can also think about maybe going for a classic look. I have a dear friend. She always shows up in a black St. John suit and she changes her top. Sometimes she wears red, sometimes it's blue, but it's always a very classic look. And then you want to think about, well, maybe you want to be unique. I have a girlfriend who always shows up in leopard. Okay, some type of animal print, really. Okay, shoes, belt, top, something is always animal print, a clutch. You need to decide what works for you and how you want to show up. Okay, and then you need to level up. What do I mean by level up? Okay, people want to work with people who are 2 and 3 levels above them. So, how are you showing up? Are you showing up 2 or 3 levels above you? People want to invest in people who are better, smarter, farther along the path than them. So when you show up, are you looking like that? Does your wardrobe represent that? Okay, those are the kinds of things that you need to think about when you get dressed and you show up and you're thinking about your brand and how to be authentic. And here's the thing, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take some little shifts. It's going to evolve over time. And you'll figure out what you feel comfortable in and what you don't feel comfortable in. And then you want to think about accessories, simple things like, these glasses. I have about 9 different pairs. I love them. They're in all different colors, but they definitely add to my outfit and my look. And I need them anyway, so I might as well have fun with them, right? And then you can think about shoes, like my client who likes to wear fun and quirky. You don't have to wear a pair of heels. You can find something that works for you. But those are just little accessories that you can add to your outfit that will make all the difference in the world. Okay, so now we're going to talk about confidence. We've talked about being authentic. We've talked about being on brand. And now we're going to talk about confidence. And here's the thing. You need to find clothes that fit the body you have now. The one you have right now, not the one you want. Not the one you had, not the one you're going to have, the one you have right now. Now, why is that so important? Because it makes a huge difference when you put clothes on that fit. Okay. My clients, you might think it's woo woo, but I can see the difference when I work with clients and they put something on that fits and they feel good in it and their shoulders go back and they stand a little taller. When you have something on that you feel amazing in, you can see it. It totally shines through. Okay. And I'm going to give you I'm going to give you an example of how this is keeping you from leaving money on the table. Okay, it's going to keep you from leaving money on the table, is what I'm trying to say. So I went to an event, a realtor showed up. She had a top on that was splitting at the seams here at the buttons. She had pants on that the zipper had literally popped open. She sat down next to me. She had a blazer on. I was like, oh my goodness. And you know what? Here's the thing. She might have been the best realtor in her area. Okay. She might have had a great niche. She might have had the best skills, but there was no way in hell that I would have recommended her to anybody, because what happens if she shows up to a client meeting looking like that? No way. She was literally busting out of her clothes. Now, you might say, well, I'm being judgmental, but here's the thing. She could have spent 15 minutes, gone to Target, Walmart, Loft, I don't care, J.C. Penney's, and found a top for $15, found a pair of pants, and showed up in something that was appropriate and fit her properly. Looking good does not have to cost a lot of money, okay? But it's a matter of taking the time and deciding that you're worth it. I'm going to tell you one more story about how somebody left money on the table with her wardrobe. A woman paid to be on stage, okay? She had 5 minutes to get up on stage. The whole time she was up there, she was pulling at her top, futzing with her clothes, and pulling at the back. I have no idea what she was trying to sell me. Zero. No idea. She could have been selling me something amazing, but I never heard her message because she was so uncomfortable in what she was wearing. Imagine if she had taken 5 minutes that morning, maybe 10 minutes, okay, to get up and find something that she felt amazing in. She would have shined on stage and she would have sold me whatever it was that she was selling me, okay? But here's the thing, she didn't do that. And so she left money on the table. Okay, every time we get up and we don't take time to take care of ourselves, we're leaving money on the table. Now, style is not a size. Let me repeat that. Style is not a size. I hear from people all the time, oh, well, I'm a size 18, I'm a size 20, I'm too big, I can't look cute. No, it does not matter what the scale says. It does not matter what the size of your pants is. Style is not a size. You can look good and feel good. You just have to decide that you are worth it. Now, look, I get it. We all have clothes in our closet that don't fit, and we're like, oh, I'm going to lose the weight. I'm going to get into them. You need to stop. It's really tough not being able to fit into those clothes. I get it. But here's the thing. I've been there. I remember being in my closet, trying on all my size 14 pants, and none of them fit, and I broke down crying. I literally broke down in my closet because I'm like, oh my God, what is wrong with me? Okay. There was nothing wrong with me. I had gained some weight. There's nothing wrong with you. I took my butt to Target and I spent $20 on a size 16 pair of jeans. And I tell you, I kid you not, I felt so much better. It was like the skies opened up. Okay. I put on a pair of pants the next day that fit me and I felt so much better. Okay. Who cares if I went from a 14 to a 16? Who cares? Okay. I now have clothes that fit me. I feel confident and I walk out the door and I kid you not, every time I go out, oh, you look so cute. Oh, you're so put together, because I'm taking the time to put myself together. I'm worth it. Okay. So I get it. It's hard. You need to spend time to find what makes you feel amazing and confident. And that confidence is going to shine through. Okay. It's not going to be easy. I get it. Trying on clothes is ridiculous. But look, you need to find things that you feel authentic in, that you feel on brand, that are part of your look. And when you do that, you are going to shine. Okay. Now, I want you to think of your closet as valuable real estate. Everything you put into it either adds value or detracts. Okay. And it affects how you wake up and start your day. You can be super happy and excited, or you can be super frustrated and defeated. And I would love you to be super happy and excited. Now, I know there's people out there who are saying, I don't have time, I don't have money, but I want you to think, what's it costing you? Okay. Remember when we talked about how much it's costing you when you don't show up? Okay. How much it's costing you every month? 1,000, 5,000. How much is it costing you to not invest in a proper wardrobe, in the clothes that are going to help you show up? How much is that costing you, right? Okay. So no time, no money, no time. Spend 30 minutes a day and go through your closet and get rid of what doesn't fit, what you're not wearing, and what you don't love. You need to get rid of what's holding you back and open the doors so that you can shine and have confidence to pieces you love. Okay. You don't have to spend a lot of money. Okay, get yourself on email lists. I know we all have too many emails, but here's the thing. You sign up for their email list and you're going to get 15%, 10%, 20% off. Okay. And then here's the other thing. When you go to shop, you start to put things in your cart and then you forget, you get, squirrel brain like me, sparkle. Oh, okay, moving on. And then you're like, oh, I forgot those things. But most companies will email you and they'll say, hey, did you forget about this? Do you still want it? Here's a coupon code. Okay. It's a great way to save money when you are on a budget. And here's the thing, you need to make a budget. You should have a budget for all of your clothes. I'm suggesting it, okay? It's an investment. It's part of your business. How you look and show up is part of your business. So set a budget. It could be $10 a month. It could be 20, it could be 100. Whatever it is, you need to decide you're worth it and then set aside money. Like I said, you don't have to spend a lot. Look for sales, sign up for email lists, and then think about pieces that you're going to get the most bang for your buck. Okay. I want you to think about investment pieces and pieces that are going to go from spring to summer, winter to fall to winter. Okay. I want you to think about things that are going to last you 2 seasons. And then I want you to see, is this going to work with at least 3 other pieces in my wardrobe? Okay. When I work with clients, I always remind them, make sure it works with 3 other outfits. Okay. This is how you're going to get the most bang for your buck. And then you want to think about investment pieces like this blazer. This blazer is a cashmere blazer. I got it from Macy's several years ago, but here's the thing. It was higher end. It was more expensive. It was a couple $100, but I've already had it for 2 years and I'm going to have it for at least another 5. And this is an investment piece. You want to think about cost per wear. Now, I'm not saying you have to go out and spend a couple $100, but I'm just saying sometimes it's worth it. If you're going to keep something 2, 5 years, then it's totally worth it. And then think about capsule wardrobes. A capsule wardrobe is about 10 to 12 pieces, sometimes 15, and they're all pieces that mix and match together so you can make 50, 70, sometimes more outfits. Okay, it's completely doable. You pick 3 tops, 3 bottoms, and 3 layering pieces like utility jacket, blazer, and a cardigan. If you need help with that, please feel free to reach out. And then you want to think about you're on authentic, you're on brand, and you're confident. But how are you looking when you walk out the door for your everyday life? Okay. And I'm not saying you have to dress up in your everyday life, but I'm going to give you an example. Okay. I have a client who was in the financial industry and she was dressing in suits Monday through Friday. And then she'd go to the grocery store or out to a baseball game with her kids. And she'd be wearing sweats and she was schlepping. She felt schleppy, really. And she was hiding under her hat. She didn't want to run into anybody because she felt embarrassed. But here's the thing, we tweaked it just a little bit. Okay. Instead of sweats, she put on a pair of jeans. She kept the ball cap. She kept a t-shirt or a sweatshirt. And then suddenly she felt better about herself and she wasn't schleppy, in her words. And then she was okay if she ran into clients. And she actually, would talk to people when she was out and about. And that's a great way to get new clients, right? Okay, so how do you do this? How do you do all this? How do you be authentic, on brand, confident? You have to decide you're worth it. You have to stop saying, I'm going to wait until I lose X pounds. I'm going to wait until I'm size Y. You need to stop. You are worthy and beautiful and amazing right now. Okay. We all put ourselves on hold until, okay, stop. You're worthy and beautiful and worth it right now. So you need to decide that you can do this. And that's really all it takes, okay? To be authentic, on brand, and confident, and stop leaving money on the table. Okay, I'm going to share my screen so that I can show you. I have an offer for everyone. And the gift for everyone is so that you know your body shape. Okay, it's turnkeystyle.com /YBS, your body shape. I want to give you information to have your measurement so you know whether you're an apple, pear, hourglass, inverted triangle, or rectangle. Okay, because here's the thing. When you know your body shape, like a pear hips are larger than their shoulders. So you want to look for things that have a boat neckline, maybe some puff sleeves, a peplum top. Those are things that are going to balance out your body, okay? And they're going to help you find clothes that fit your body and make you feel like your best self. So if you go to turnkeystyle.com YBS, it will give you information about how to measure, and then you can put in your body shape and it will send you all different ideas about what you can wear for your body shape. Okay. And then this gift isn't for everybody. This is only for the people who are really ready to make a change and find their style or elevate their style. Okay. And I have 5 spots available, and they're for 30-minute strategy sessions where we'll talk about how to up-level your look or figure out what it is you need. And you can go to calendly.com/turnkey style/soar. And again, there's only 5 of those. Please feel free to reach out to me. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook at Stylish Curvy Girl. Again, that's at Stylish Curvy Girl. Or you can find me at my website, which is Turnkey Style. And I'm so thankful that you were here with me today. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you took away some nuggets. And I look forward to hearing from you and seeing you in the future. Thanks so much again. Bye.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201, Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hello, and thank you for joining me at the Woman SOAR International Summit. My name is Tamuri Richardson. I'm the CEO of Chilean Speaking Pros. I'm a professional motivational speaker, a certified mental health advocate, an influential storyteller, and an international best-selling author. Thank you so much for joining me today. And I want to share with you today the importance of being a storyteller and knowing how to influence as a storyteller. So let's start off with the basics. What is a storyteller, right? Well, we all remember reading the nursery rhymes and the bedtime stories as we were growing up. What was so appealing about those stories that we liked, that we would memorize them and we would recite them for many years to come? It was because that story drew us in. It had impact. It made us believe that we were there. We could vision it. Even if there were no graphic pictures, we literally could envision ourselves in that story. We can envision ourselves having that night at the end of the story and being rescued. We could also picture ourselves in the turmoil in the middle of that story. That's one of the things that is so important in being a storyteller, is being able to influence, encourage, and captivate your audience. So that's what I want to share with you today. So let's just take it, or step by step, if we will. A storyteller. What is a storyteller? Of course we know what that is, right? A storyteller is someone that shares their story with the intent to engage their audience and bring them clarity. So this can be a car salesman. This could be someone selling lemonade on the corner, right? Their whole intent is to influence you to get that lemonade because it's the best lemonade that has ever been made possible. How do they do that? By building up a story, making sure that whatever their story is able to draw you in. You know, stories stimulate they stimulate the imagination. They bring clarity to what's unclear. They encourage. Some of our best writers and speakers are storytellers. And from reading creates really good readers. You have to be able to be a good storyteller to be an author, because writing the book is so important. You want to make sure that the audience gets what you're writing. Like, The moment they read it, they're taken in. They understand you've got them and they want to read it all the way to the end. And so that's some of what I do as I coach in influential storytelling. You also want to check and make sure that emotions are in check, right? Remember, when you are telling your story or preparing a speech, you have to make sure that your emotions are in check and that you're able to share with the audience and they're able to pick up from your story and grasp their own emotions, right? So, for example, I often speak to various different audiences about being married to someone with mental illness, severe mental illness. And with that came levels of domestic violence and violent behavior. I have 4 different versions of that presentation. They're all very accurate and very true, but different audiences need different things. So when I'm advocating for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and I'm helping to encourage those individuals to break the stigma and get treatment, I don't take them all into depth of my story as not to trigger anyone. I make sure my emotions are intact so I can give it to them without guiding them with my emotions. And I also want them to know that this is the other side of trauma. So if I'm on screen crying and wiping my nose and wiping tears or whatever else, I may very well trigger them. But most importantly, people will look at me and think, well, she still needs help. How's she going to help me, right? So you want to make sure, depending on what your story is, that your most emotions are in check and you allow other individuals to gauge what their emotions should be from your story itself, right? Another thing that I always encourage, I'm also an Toastmasters International member, and I've been with Toastmasters for about 5 years. I love my club. It's a wonderful club. And one thing that I learned in Toastmasters, and I've been speaking for a very long time, even prior to joining Toastmasters, but what I learned from them, which is probably one of the most important things, is the sandwich. And if no one or you has taught you or you're unaware of what the sandwich is, the sandwich is the ability to kind of drive your story, if you will. So let's say there's the bread, there's the meat, and then there's the last layer of bread, right? So the top part of the bread should always be something nice that kind of pull people into your story, right? Why you're telling the story. Then the meat can be a little bit of, what happened, a little bit of the drama, the tragedy. But as we talked about before, everyone likes a happy ending. Even if the happy ending is, well, I'm not where I was at the first button. I'm doing much better. I'm still on my journey to get there, but I'm better today than I was yesterday. That's still the closing of that sandwich. And it's most important. So let's just think about a car salesman, right? Selling a car. So when you go in, he can say, well, listen, I don't know if you're going to be able to afford this car. I don't know if you're going to be able to handle these payments. I don't even know if you're going to qualify for it. Does that encourage you to want to purchase the car? Of course not. So what do? If you get this car, it's going to help your credit. It's going to be a trade line that's going to add it on your credit bureau. It's going to make you look good in a year. You can refinance it 6 months down the line and get you a better car. That's a part of the influence of the story. It has to have something to draw the audience in. If it's just sad and woe is me, then you tend to lose your audience. They have to see what the win-win is, right? So let's go into why storytelling is so important. And we kind of touched on that a little bit. But let's talk about why it's so important. It helps you to build on your expertise with your topics so that you're not just reciting life. You're not just telling people things you know, but you're building a picture for them so they can see how either they will overcome that or how they can accomplish that. Or if that's even a possibility for them, the story helps people to see how they fit into that story. And if you don't create that for them, then they're not able to see. And it's not that people aren't smart, but most people are visual. I'm a visual person. So I need to see the beginning, the middle, and the end. Most people need to see that. So when you're selling yourself and you're selling a product to someone, and you tell them what's going to do this, this, that, and the other. I mean, think about weight loss campaigns, right? And all of these different businesses, they show you the before and after. Why? That's the story. Well, if you look like this now, if you take our product, chances are you're going to look like this. You have to have a story that makes the person on the other side of that story not only feel that it's obtainable, but that you can help them get there and that they feel, in fact, they can get there. That's why the topic is so important, or the expertise is so important, that you know you're comfortable with and you've done the research to know that you can actually help in that arena. That's important to the consumer. That's important to your client. So you need to make sure that you're not just selling something or you're not just telling a story. It has to have a purpose. It has to have a demographic. It has to have a reason for being. And if it doesn't have any of those things, then you're really just talking. And I don't think that's something that you want to be able to do. Your story has to make people care. When I tell or speak to people on either different expertises or I talk to them about mental health, I go into why they should care about their health, right? Or their mental stability or being a caregiver. Why that's so important? Because you're able to live a much more productive life. Because you're not crazy. That's a horrible word. You know, you don't lack normalcy. That's horrible. You just think and you process different. And if you get the help that you need, that will enable you to be able to have a much better life that you're in control of, depending on what that person does. But I try to build them. You know, I can never say what the end result is going to be, but I try to build you a roadmap, and it's up to you can take it and change it. But as a storyteller, it's important to let them know what the options are. And the options have to be realistic. They have to make sense. A storyteller is not about telling a story, it's about how to tell your story, your truth, right? And so you want to make sure that it's believable to the audience. It should be believable unless you're actually reading stories. It should be believable. It should be attainable, right? And sharing your personal experience. I'm an open book. I share my experiences. I'm very transparent. I use me as a cautionary tale. I literally tell people I'm a cautionary tale, right? But I want people to see that if you feel coming out of a domestic violence situation, or if you feel coming out of a situation with someone who is completely mentally unable of love and care and decency towards others, and you see me and you think, oh man, she's doing great. Well, I want to give you all the nuts and bolts so you'll know this is where I am now, this is where I started, and this is what got me here. That's the transparency of telling a story. So at the end, I don't want you feeling sorry for me. You have no reason to, but you have the story in its totality. So now what are you going to do with the story, right? So I have a thing that I came up with that I trademarked. It's called the CAM effect. I'm also a communication specialist, and I teach public speaking as well as debate to middle school and high school children as well. And the CAM effect is CAM, and it means to captivate, that's for the C, A is articulate, and M, motivate. And I think in everything that we do and anything that we do that surrounds an audience, that surrounds individuals, that we have the ability to change or alter how they think or support whatever their mission is, even if it's helping them to draft and put together their own story, we have to learn and teach how to captivate, because that captivation hones the audience in. It's the thing that helps them to be able to make sure that they're able to gauge into the audience and see that people are focused and they're listening, they're paying attention, and if they need to pivot any, that they'll do such. I help to train with articulation, the importance of not using pop culture referencing, but making sure that everyone from any genre, any culture can understand exactly what's coming out of your mouth, and they don't need a 15 or 16-year-old there to translate or text it to you. That's the importance, right? And M, most importantly, any story that you're telling, if there is no motivation, the motivation is the call to action. If there is no motivation, then you're almost telling a story to no one for no purpose. I intend, my sole purpose when I communicate, when I coach, when I speak, is to get you amped up. By the end of my presentation, my goal is to motivate you into thinking that you can do absolutely everything that you have dreamed of doing with a clear, concise plan and an action. And it can be done. And I motivate based off of my expertise and my knowledge, your ability, your expertise, and your knowledge. That's what a good storyteller does. It's my job to make sure that you have the CAM effect. So right now I'm working with multiple clients and I'm hands-on. So I'm helping some to draft speeches that they're actually going to present. I'm helping some who are writers and who want to put the story together and make sense. And the first thing I ask them when they're getting ready to write a book is, who are you writing the book for? I mean, you're not just writing to just kind of put a whole bunch of words on paper. You already know the story. You don't have to put it on paper. But why do I, as the consumer, care about your story? Why do I care? So what? We've all got something. We're all going through something. Why does your story matter to me? And I've written 3 books now. My 3rd book is should be coming out in April or May. And I'm working on my 4th book, which will be about storytelling. But I always think about, who is my audience? Why do they care about what I'm getting ready to share with them? Who cares? And why should they? And so I have to make sure that what I'm telling is not about me. It's about me, but it's not for me. I already know all of this. But that when you read my book, you're going to feel empowered. Sure, I can write a book to have you crying. I mean, there will be certain passages in it that you'll probably wonder, how did she? How could she? Why would she? Why did she? You're right. But I promise you, by the end of the book, there's a whole new horizon. My job is to make sure that I uplift and I encourage, and that I encourage any woman, particularly women, who feel that they have allowed anyone to put them in a box, and that box tells them that this is who I am. I am no more than this, because someone has determined that that's the limitation in me. That you know that your story is important, that someone right now needs your story. They need it just how you want to disseminate it to help them make the next move in their life. And that's what I understood about the importance of telling my story, the importance of being a domestic violence conqueror, the importance of being an author, of being an entrepreneur, the importance of showcasing that we are capable of doing many things, all things, exceptional things as women. And we have to make sure on the road to doing all of that, that we're packaging it so that when people see it, hear it, that they can take it in and they can process it and that they can move on it. Because ultimately, that's what we want to do. I want you to leave here today so amped up that you're like, I got to call her because I got to get this story right. I work with my clients hands-on. I have an introductory offer that I'm going to be sharing with you guys in a few minutes for my personal one-on-one coaching. But we type it up. We break it down. We go through it. You don't leave me with points of do this, do that. No, we're doing it in your hour session. We're knocking it out. And we're not only working on one story, we're working on multiple versions of that one story because there'll be different settings. When I talk to a company about mental health, I don't go over all of the aspects of my marriage. They're not interested in that. I'm talking to an organization on why it's important that you make sure that your employees are sound and you give them an open door to feel that they need to, if they need to, that they have people there supporting them. I let the employees know it's important for you to let your employer know what's going on. Because if you have a bad day or your meds stop working or something's off and they don't know, then they can't help you. But you're also covered by different protections that we have in place. So in everything I do, in every aspect I communicate, I am projecting a story because I'm giving you the middle, the beginning, the middle, and the end, and hoping that that gives you a full, well-rounded picture. And keep in mind, you don't have to expose yourself completely. You give layers that you're comfortable with, even if you're writing about a project. I'm working with one of my clients right now, and she's trying to put up an ad for her business. And part of it is her personal story. I told her, well, listen, you don't have to make yourself vulnerable and expose all of you, but you do have to give the audience something, because if you don't give them nothing, well, then what would they work with you for? They have to have a little bit of who you are, why you got into this, why this is so important, why I think you're going to like it, why this is going to catapult you to where it needs to go, and why you should work with me. You have to give them those things, even if you don't dissect yourself to the audience. And you don't have to, you're not required to, but you absolutely have to make sure that they know enough about you to make them feel comfortable with working with you and you helping them with their story. And their story may not always be verbal. It could be them going from one career to the next and you helping them do that. So I want to share that with you guys. I also want to share screen just really briefly. I have an offer that I want to share with you guys. And hopefully if you get an opportunity, and I'm going to also have my contact information as well. I have what I'm offering for $97. It's a significant decrease in price. It's 30-day storytelling coaching. Now, keep in mind that writing of a book, presentation, advertisement, marketing, all those different things. You can have 30 days of it, 1 hour a week, however you decide to do that. I don't know how long this screen is going to be up, but I have the bit.ly link, so you can, kind of write that down, and by all means, click on that. And I also, for everyone who purchases the coaching, not only are you going to get one-on-one coaching, I'm not doing a workshop. I think it's a lot better if it's one-on-one, and then we can work it out. I pull up, if you have the document, or we pull up Word, we start writing on it and getting things cooking at that very moment, the first meeting. I also give a copy of my book, either in paperback or ebook, 10 Steps to Becoming a Highly Effective Public Speaker. I sold over 7,000 copies of this book, and it's actually getting ready to be in one of the local colleges, a part of the public speaking curriculum as well. And what it does is it goes over the 10 steps. So if you are a speaker, and even if you're not, I go over the importance of knowing your demographics, being passionate about your topic. Maybe this isn't the perfect topic for you, or maybe you should do something else. If you don't wake up loving every day what you do, that might be something to think about. I go over time management and various different things that have helped me to not only be a very successful speaker, but to be very comfortable speaking in an assortment of audiences. So I want to definitely offer you guys that. If you get a chance, write down the bit.ly link by all means. Also, I want to make sure that you have my contact information. My name is Tamuri Richardson. You can also Google me as well, but my company is Tiefenthaler Speaking Pros LLC. And my email address is tamuri@tiefenthaler.com. You have my telephone number as well. Please follow me on Facebook under Tiefenthaler Speaking Pros LLC, on LinkedIn under Tamuri Richardson. I'll add you to my subscription list of events that are coming up. I'm going to have workshops that are going to be coming up. There'll be some, introductory and some more offers that are going to be coming up. But I want to make sure that everyone knows that in whatever you do, I don't care what it is, the story is the essence of it. You've got to have a tight story. You've got to have a story that the audience can cling to, most importantly. And you have to make sure that no matter what you do, you are captivating, you are articulating, and you are motivating that audience. So by all means, please reach out to me. Again, my name is Tamuri Richardson. I am the CEO of Tiefenthaler Speaking Pros. I'm very honored to be at the Woman SOAR International Summit. And please follow me on Facebook and follow me on LinkedIn. I'm also on Twitter. And I look forward to you reaching out to me and taking advantage of the introductory, the offer that's available for 30-day storytelling coaching. You will, I promise you, be surprised. Every client that I have is extremely happy and satisfied. You will be happy with what you are able to create and how we are able to create it together. So I look forward to hearing from everyone and anyone. And please enjoy the rest of the summit. I'll be around. Thank you. Bye-bye.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201, Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hi there, I'm Abigail Tiefenthaler, co-founder of Launches Made Simple. We work with coaches, speakers, and consultants, and we support them as they're leveraging their expertise to create a high-value online offer. Welcome to this summit. So today, and I do have notes, so I will be looking down occasionally. Today, my topic is all about commit to the success and create the business you really, really want. And I started working this topic out because it's something that's really important to me. I know that there are a lot of people out there, business entrepreneurs, coaches, speakers, doing whatever it is they want to do. And sometimes I really do question the commitment to doing what they have to do to get what they want to have. And I know that's I don't know, I don't mean to be judgy in this particular moment, but I will say that there has to be that first and foremost commitment, that stake. I always say stake in the sand because we can move it at any point, but we're at stake and we've got sand. And the goal is to really bring the two of them together, right? So we've got to commit to success. And I trust you. If you do, it's the first step in creating that business you really want. So I hope you have pen and paper because I'm going to give you in the next 20, 25 minutes some notes, and I want you to just think about them. So if nothing else, just, take the key word from each of these points I'm about to make. Okay? So here goes. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to be you. I want you to be unapologetic, authentic, real, transparent you, the best you that you can be. We are our own worst critic. And the greatest saboteur of our success and happiness, of our business success and happiness, you never need to look anywhere else but to yourself. Those little mind games that we play in our head really can give us a hard time. And here's the thing, often when we feel worst about ourselves is when we're trying to do something that doesn't feel right to us. So if you decide that you want to really commit to success and create that business, For whatever reason you want to create it, be your best you as much as you can. All right? Because I promise your best you is going to guide you toward success and peace and happiness and all of those things that you want to accomplish as a business owner. So the second step is give yourself permission to accept where you are now and show up. Right? Remember, this is your starting point. It doesn't matter where you start. It matters where you end. And as entrepreneurs, it never ends. We don't have any plug and play system. We don't have where we can just put stuff on autopilot. Entrepreneurs are always thinking next step. They're always thinking bigger, right? They're always catching their breath. That's what I want for you. I want that exhilaration of catching your breath. And here's the thing, we've got to give ourselves permission to accept where we are. We can't look at somebody who has been working their business for 20 years and, judge ourselves compared to where they are now. Because once upon a time, even Tony Robbins or Oprah Winfrey or any of the super mega people out there started out talking to rooms of 2 and 3, were told no, were given rejection slips of some kind, had failures. So if you give yourself permission to accept where you are now, it doesn't matter what everything was in the past. It doesn't matter. What matters is, how do you take all of those experiences? How do you take the journey and knowledge and wisdom that you've gained thus far and move it to showing up as that best you? So be your best you, give yourself permission to accept where you are and show up. So here's my third tip. There's a lot of them. For some reason, I couldn't stop. Stop listening to others. You want to listen to people who can guide you where you want to go, mentors and coaches and consultants and people in the industry who really understand what it is you're trying to do. They can become a great source of advice for you and guidance. But sometimes asking your family and friends are just going to bring you back into self-sabotaging patterns. And there's a couple of reasons, most of which are subtle, right? They don't want to see you change because they love you as you are. They may not want to see you more successful because then it might mean less time with them. So believe it when I say that you want to stop listening to the voices of others. You can ask their opinion, but you want to act based on your voice, based on your intuition, and based on your heart. Jealousy is the thief of joy. And even subtle or direct, it doesn't matter. But when we start questioning ourselves, or we have other people questioning our actions, we get into this situation where we start to question everything. So small steps, number 4, small steps go a long way. You want to start building momentum. That makes that commitment even more real. It makes the end goal even more real. It makes actually seeing that business in your eye even more real. So when you can start doing even the smallest of steps, I want you to celebrate them. And I want you to see that they are moving you a little bit closer every single day. Even if it feels like a dance where we're 2 steps backward and 1 step forward, or 1 step backward and 2 steps forwards, that little bit of momentum makes you more and more successful every single day. Something else that's really important is that you want to stay grounded in what's important to you. So when we create something and we get less than our expected response to it, oftentimes we can think it's all bad. And not only is it bad, but we're bad too. So you have to go back to those fundamentals. You have to go back to that place where I started this business because. You want to stay grounded in, I started this business because. You want to be able to align your actions and your thoughts with integrity and your values. Again, that goes back to being your best you, right? So think about it. When you can do things in alignment, it's really important that you feel aligned. And it will help you, again, commit to success to create that business you really want. I am doing this because. Can you answer that question? Focus and put blinders on. I want you to forget what everybody else is doing. You have to create your own lane, your own speed. You're driving your own car. I want you to think about how important it is. I built a 7-figure promotional products business that I ran for 16 years. I couldn't tell you the name of any of my competitors in my geographic area. I would work with clients and they would say, oh, so-and-so, I ran into so-and-so at a networking group. Do you know who they are? Or so-and-so sent me this item. Do you know who this, supplier is? And I was like, no, I don't know any of those people. It didn't matter to me how they ran their business because I needed to run my business the way I thought I should run it. Now I've got a little bit of competition inside of me. So sometimes not even knowing they were there was healthier. So you have to figure out how you can put blinders on in such a way that you can build and grow and do things at your own pace and do things in your own way so that you're really developing your own business. Copycats, they're a dime a dozen. And they don't really provide any value because they can never be that actual authentic original person because they don't really know how that authentic original person came to being who they are. So I want you to think about that for a few minutes. Whenever you're out, do it in a giver's gain type of way. I always see where I can serve. I will often be a member of a group on LinkedIn or Facebook and I'll go troll it. And I always will look for the posts where I can provide a voice of reason or I can provide a very simple solution. I'm not going there to sell. I'm going there to serve. But I'm not just serving, I'm doing it very strategically. So the giver's gain concept is, give to others and it'll come back to you, right? Help enough people get where they want to go and you'll get where you want to go. And the author of that is escaping me, but it's not mine. So I want you to think about what can you do to provide value that will help you not only commit to your success, but also commit to the success of someone else. Because, a high tide rises all boats. So just remember that in order to get what we really, really want, at some point or another, if we help somebody get what they need, we will also get something in return. And that's just good karma, right? Language is important. You don't want to be self-sabotaging yourself. You really want to be using language in your head and out of your mouth that isn't talking about trying and isn't talking about could or, should, but you're really making declarative statements that you will or I am. So think about that. What are you saying to yourself? What are you saying to others? So it's really important. Invest in yourself. I want you to feel, that if you're ultimately looking to have somebody trade your value for their value, which is money, right? They're coming to you because they want something from you. If you are willing to invest in yourself, other people will be more willing to invest in you. I don't know why that's the case, but it is. So just go along with me and believe me in this concept that if you are out there investing in yourself, you will attract people who are looking to invest in themselves, hopefully in the products and services you offer. I want you to practice self-care. One of the things I can tell you is that when I was running my 7-figure promotional products business, I was raising 2 children. I was PTA president. I was very active in my church. My husband was going back to school, so he was a full-time student. And self-care, I gained 70 pounds. And I didn't even really think about it because I just didn't. I used to be a marathoner and triathlete in my early 20s. And as I was in my 30s and relocating and building this business and doing all of these things about being a mom and supporting my husband and being a daughter, because we lived a couple of miles from my parents, that even though I was there and visible and work came first and my kids and family knew it, I wasn't practicing some of the self-care techniques that are so valuable in terms of helping you create a holistic business, right? I created the business I wanted, but in times I felt I couldn't always enjoy it to the best of my ability because I was too busy continuing to create it. I felt like I was on the top of the mountain and that one small slip would have me running down the side. So I encourage people today, especially my clients, to what are they doing to find a way to de-stress, to rejuvenate, to refresh, because it will help your commitment in the long term. You don't want to get to a place where you're saying, why am I doing this? Right? That's the death of an idea. I want you to be grateful, right? Happy people don't kill their husbands. That's from Elle Woods, from Legally Blonde. But it's true. If we're grateful and if we're happy, we attract grateful and happy people, right? We live in a state of heightened awareness, and we live in a state where our commitments are real and we are disciplined. So think about it. Be just a little grateful. That doesn't mean you can't have a pity party every now and then. That doesn't mean you can't be upset every now and then. But when you live with that feeling of gratitude, it really does change how you look at your business. Stop striving for perfection. This one's so important. I'm going to say it twice. Stop striving for perfection, because perfection stops us from acting. And you can't build a business in theory. You've got to get out there to see what works and what doesn't, what offers work and what don't, what marketing works and what doesn't, what language works and what doesn't. So stop striving for perfection and get out there, because I promise you that the first time you say something, you're going to change it the second, the third, the 10th, the 100th, the 1,000th. The first offer you make, you're going to change it again after the first, the second, the fourth, the 10th, the 1,000th, right? So just remember that we are evolutionary beings. Our business are evolutionary beings. So we want to be able to evolve with it. And that means sometimes looking and going, oh, this language is a little more effective. This feels really good. And be okay with that. Because if you are going to be able to commit to success and build the business you really want. And then, the last thought is choose happiness, choose success, choose peace. Because if you choose you're going to change your life. And if you change your life, you're going to change your business. And if you change your business, you're going to change everything else. It all starts with just making that choice. And I say, as you're thinking big picture of your business, you really want to commit to success. I know it sounds, oh yeah, it sounds all well and good when you're on the other side of creating a 7-figure business. But I got to being a 7-figure business owner because I was willing to risk failure. I was willing to sacrifice. I was willing to commit. I was willing to do what I had to do, compromise. I was willing to get out of my comfort zone. And all of those things are not only good in life, but they were really good for my business. I'm a problem solver by profession, right? As a strategist, we're always going in and trying to fix that better mousetrap, find a way to do something faster or better. So it's important to understand what that level of commitment. The only thing that I knew when I started my business years ago, and as Tammy and I work Launches Made Simple today, we want the best client experience possible. For us, when we bring on a client, we want them to want to offer the best client experience possible. That's how we build our business. We build it one client at a time, one offer at a time, one success at a time. And so, it's such a great place to realize that you have something of value. You have something that's special. You have something that's unique. And don't water it down. Don't wait and delay getting it out there. Be that person that just does it, right? Follow Nike, just do it. Even if you fail, you've learned something. And if you succeed, you now have a new baseline. Again, I'm Abigail Tiefenthaler, and I'm the co-founder of Launches Made Simple. I do offer a free opt-in. It's a free download. It's called 7 Common Mistakes and Their Simple Solution for Coaches. But, they work for any business owner. I'd love to have you grab it. I know there's going to be a link. So, feel free to reach out. I also am more than happy to talk to any person who's trying to build a business. And so I'm going to take out the word trying, and I'm going to say, who's building a business, right? On that note, I'm going to wish you much success, and I hope your commitments bring you joy, peace, and happiness. Until then.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201, Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hey everybody, welcome to Women SOAR, How to Soar in Uncertain Times. I am Quionne Matchett and I am just so excited to be with you today. I am going to talk about boss up to win. How many of you know that it is your time for you to boss up, for you to show up authentically as who you are with your flaws and all, right? That you have a story, you have a business, a product, an idea. You have something that someone needs to draw value from, that someone needs to hear, purchase. You, yes, you. I'm talking to you. So before I get started, I first want to thank the esteemed host of this event for having me. And it is truly an honor and a privilege to be with a panel of such esteemed and wonderful and amazing speakers. And what I believe all of us are saying to you today is to give you guidance, of course, in how to soar in uncertain times, but also to remind you that you are great too, and that you have a purpose. You have, if you want to call it a calling, a destiny, you were created for something, for a specific purpose. No one is here by accident. I do not believe that. I don't care how you came into this world, how, the circumstances of your birth. I don't care. What is amazing is that you made it through, because many didn't. So if you're still here after a year like 2020, like we experienced, that means, boy, you still have something in you. And the world needs it. Yes, the world needs you. And as far as I'm concerned, it is the time for the woman. I don't even want to say it's the year of the woman. I think it's the season. We've come to a time where we have a vice president, a woman vice president, female, woman of color. Who would have thought I know in my lifetime, I did not expect to see it. And I am just so grateful that I get to experience that, because it also gives me hope. It also should give you hope, right? Now there is like millions of pieces of glass have come crashing down from that ceiling. And so yours may not be, your purpose may not be to be the vice president of the United States, but there is a purpose. There is something that you were specifically created to do, a lane, an area of influence that you were called to. And it's time for us to lay aside any doubts, any excuses, and it's time for us to boss up and win. And when we think about boss, you know, we have that term. I hear it often. Oh, boss up, boss lady, I'm a boss. But really, at the end of the day, what does that mean, right? When you look up the word boss in the adjective description, it means outstanding, excellence, right? That when you say I made a boss move or he made a boss move, that means that move was powerful. That move was bold. It was excellent. It was outstanding. And so that's what you need to do. You need to be looking for opportunities to be outstanding, to be excellent in every area of your life, because boss up to win is not just about me doing something, influencing an area. It's also about me bossing up in my own life, being a boss over my emotions. Come on, ladies, that I'm not led by everything I feel, that I have control over how I react to certain things or certain people. So to be a boss, I need to be a boss in every area of my life. So let's talk about it, okay? So the first thing that I want to tell you to do if you're going to boss up and win is you have to kill the noise. Yes, kill the noise. What does that mean? When I say kill the noise, I mean kill the noise in your mind. How many of you know, I speak for myself, I won't even talk about you, but I can get ready to do something and a thought, something comes to me, or I feel like I'm inadequate, right? Or I'm going to fail. And what happens if it doesn't work? Well, I want you to kill the noise. Kill it. Start learning how to mind your own mind. You have to tell your mind how to think. You have to use positive words of affirmation, journal, come on, read scripture, whatever it is that can fill your life with good thoughts of you, right? To know that you are an overcomer, that you don't have to stay at the place of this fear, that you can take control of your thoughts and begin to speak positively. There is a power to positive thinking. If I wake up in the morning and all I think of myself is, I'm fat, oh, you know how we do. I'm not as pretty as the next one. Or I wish I had a shape like that. Or I wish I could live in that house. What it does is it takes away your ability to be grateful for what you do have. Because the truth is, we often don't see ourselves as other people see us. If we're honest, come on, I can see the good in you, girl. I will tell you, you can do it, girl. You're beautiful. You're gorgeous. But when it comes to my own stuff, I have to force myself, kill the noise, and make myself believe that I am worthy, that I can do it, that I am smart enough, right? That it's not too late, that I'm not too old. And in fact, sometimes you're not too young, right? Wherever you are in your life's journey, you can boss up by killing the noise, dispel every myth. Don't accept the lie. I don't care. Sometimes we have to go back to some root work and see, why do I feel this way? Maybe something was spoken over you when you were younger, or a teacher said, you know, that you weren't smart in math. And so now you hesitate. You won't go and get your college degree. You have to learn how to kill the noise. Kill it, silence it, and replace it with good thoughts, positive thinking, and words of affirmation, and get around people who value you so that they can pour back into you and encourage you when you need it. Because we encourage each other, but sometimes you have to learn how to ask for help and ask someone to help you. So number one, you're going to kill the noise. Number two, kill the superwoman syndrome. Kill it. Kill it. You can't do everything. Oh, sis, I came to help you today. I know you're powerful. I know you're smart. I know you think you got it all going together and you want to do it by yourself. That's why you're stressed out, burnt out. You can't do it all. You need to learn how to let others help you. You need to learn that may look like getting a team together, right? To help you in your endeavor, to help you in your business, right? That may look like having someone come and clean your house, right? So that now you have more time to focus on your business, on your goals that you've set for yourself. That may mean I'm going to get a mentor because although I know I'm good and I'm smart, guess what? I don't know everything, right? That you have to kill that notion of that you know everything because you don't. And sometimes we need help, and it's pride that will go before a man's fall. You have to learn how to ask for help, and that doesn't diminish your quality. It doesn't diminish who you are. It doesn't diminish the purpose on your life. What it really says is you're wise. Oh, come on here, because that's what a boss does. A boss recognizes areas of weakness, areas that she may need help, and that boss will go out and find, delegate, come on, hire. Even if it's volunteer, sis, I need you on my team. I can't pay you right now, but what I will do is we can do a barter system. When you have something, I'll be there. I'll help you. Whatever it is, you can do it, but you can't do it by yourself. Bosses are not islands. They are strategic. They know how to put the right people in place to work together to get the ultimate goal done. You need to kill that superwoman syndrome. It's done. Okay? Number three, for you to boss up and win, you need to kick fear in the face. And I mean a hard kick, okay? Because we know that fear is what? False evidence appearing real. It's not even real, honey. It is just a shadow. Sometimes we are scared of our own shadow. We won't move. We won't do anything because we're locked in fear. But you need to learn how to kick fear in the face. How do I do that? The very thing you're afraid to do it. Make a list. You know what you struggle in, what you're afraid of. Start with one thing. If you're afraid of public speaking, one day get up and do something at your job or at your church or your local community. Ask them, may I say a few words, right? Speak up at the table in a meeting, right? Take back your life. Take back that control that you are allowing fear to have on you because it is keeping you locked in place and you're not able to flourish. And you need to flourish this season, sis. It's time for you to do something and kick fear in the face. If you have a fear of flying, get on an airplane. I know it may be difficult at first, but I'm telling you, the moment you do it and you do it afraid, you can go in all honesty. I'm doing this. I'm afraid. I'm fearful, but I am going to do it anyway, because when you do it, you're kicking fear in the face. And most times, the first time we do something, let's be honest, we are all have fear and we all struggle, right, to finding our voice and finding where we fit in. But I cannot boss up and win if I don't kick fear in the face. So kick it in the face. Do something. And say, see, ha, you thought you had me. I thought I was going to go crazy. I thought I would cry, but I did it anyway. And after you do it, there have been times that I've done that. And after I've done the thing that I thought I was afraid to do, I realized that I had more power, that I had more ability, that I was stronger than I knew, that I was smarter than I knew. Come on, we don't give ourselves enough credit. Kick fear in the face, do it afraid anyway, and it is going to help you boss up to win. Then I need you to embrace your beauty, flaws and all. I know, come on. I have flaws. I don't like people to see them, but guess what? We're imperfect beings, but there is a beauty to you also. But here is the best part that I've learned in this life. It is your flaws that really help people. Oh, come on. I wish we would be honest with ourselves. Where are the cracks? Come on. Where was that pain, that got you from where you were to now? Come on, because I'm walking in on the chapter that you are now, and you look all beautiful and you bossed up and you winning. Oh, but there was a time, sis, when the flaws, come on, when the pain of the divorce almost took you out, when the pain of the pink slip almost cost you everything, but you bossed up, you pushed through, and you persevered. That is embracing the beauty of who you are with your flaws, because I can be impressed with your beauty, yes, but what's going to help someone else get over the hump? It's not your beauty. It's that pain part of your story. It is that you are not allowing your pain to block your potential. That I pushed through, hun. And when I pushed through, I found a beauty more beautiful than I ever knew, because I learned how to persevere. And the word persevere is the word severe. It's going to hurt. It didn't feel good, but I'm better having come out the thing than I was before I went into it. And that is embracing your beauty, your flaws, and all. You are such a beautiful person. And what really helps people is when you share your story, when you're transparent, when you tell them, I tried to start the business 2 times, and the first 2 times I failed, but I kicked fear in the face and I got back at it. And the 3rd time, oh my goodness, it took off, and that it is an amazing business. You have to learn how to share the flaws of who you are, to inspire, to encourage, come on, to uplift others. And in doing so, it will uplift you. So embrace your beauties, flaws, and all. Then you need to leverage your losses. Oh my goodness. Bosses, they don't stop at the loss. They don't stop at the fail. They don't stop when they say you're not going to get this loan. No, they don't stop when someone quits. No, they get to themselves, they get a resolve, and they make sure that they remember the main goal and objectives. You need to leverage your losses. Don't let the loss stop you. Don't stop at the fail. Come on, you need to reassess. Let's do a reevaluation. What worked? What didn't work? What can I glean from it? And how can we correct it and move forward? It makes me think of a powerful woman from, most of you probably are familiar with her, Stacey Abrams, who ran for the governor of Georgia. Now, I'm not ascribing to any side of the politics, but I believe we can glean something from her story because she leveraged her losses. She lost the governor race in Georgia. And here's the thing. I think maybe there was some indication that maybe it was stolen from her, or those were allegations. But nonetheless, she lost. But she went back and reassessed and said, wait a minute, what is the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is to make sure that we get people registered, that they're not disenfranchised, that their votes count, that if I got to go the grassroots route and go door to door, and she linked up with other organizations and women and men, and they went out and they canvassed that Georgia area and they gave people rise to the polls. And it was an historical election in Georgia when they put forth 2 Democratic senators. Again, I'm not saying which side we should be on. What I'm saying is she leveraged her losses. She did not wallow in the defeat. Hear me. That is a boss move right there. Don't wallow in the defeat. See what you need to see, learn what you need to learn, make a reassessment, and come back and say, what is the ultimate goal? So what is your why, woman? What is your why? Why do you want to start the business? Why do you want to write the book? Why do you want to be a speaker? What is your why? Because it can't just be for money. There has to be an ultimate goal and objective that is going to push you through when the money isn't coming the way you want. Oh, I know what I'm talking about. When you don't get the results that you want, there has to be a passion and a love and a desire to see people well that pushes you to continue. So you have to leverage your losses, because that's what Stacey Abrams did. And you need to take a page from her book. Don't become bitter at the defeat. Don't become bitter when they walk out. Don't become bitter when the door closes. Don't become bitter. Become better and leverage your losses. Learn from it and move forward. And you will be better off for it. Because if she would have got stuck in the loss, we would have never been able to experience what they experienced in Georgia, because so much of her passion was tied into that mission. And so you need to determine what your mission is. What is your vision and mission for your life? As a personal, for your life, beside your business, but for your life, what's your personal mission? Why were you created? Because you were created for a specific purpose, and we need what you have. The world is in a dire strait right now. We're coming out of the pandemic slowly, right? Vaccinations rolling out. These are still uncertain times, but they're looking for answers. And if you are not there, they may listen to someone that really doesn't have their best interest at heart. So you need to unleash your power, boss up, become outstanding so that you can win and leverage your losses and go forward. I think of Tyler Perry, who started out doing plays and used all his money, went homeless, was sleeping in his car. Now he could have stopped there. Oh my goodness, but he didn't. He leveraged his losses. He did a reassessment and reevaluation and came back, and now he owns a studio. Come on here. That is unheard of for an African American man to own a studio. It is just amazing. But he didn't quit. What if he would have quit? Oh, come on, because some of us, and I'm speaking to myself, would have quit, because some people would have come to you and they probably said to him, look, man, it's not looking good. You lost all your money and you still have this passion and you still think this is what you should do, because truthfully, you got to block out the naysayers. You have to know that you know, to know in your knower. I know that I have to do this. And that if I know it, and I know it to be true, and I know it to be my purpose, I believe that everything, provision, come on here, help, staff, it is going to align. But if he would have abandoned the purpose, we would have never had seen the studio. It would not have been available or real. It would not have happened if he did not leverage his losses and reassess and keep moving forward. Don't let mistakes and failures stop you. You can leverage your losses to help you go forward so that you can boss up and win. And then finally, after you've done that, it's time to get to it, sis. Get to it. It's time for you to go forward. Do it. Stop waiting. Now is your time. Find a mentor. Find someone that you admire. Even if it's in the workplace, right? Start asking someone, would you mentor me professionally? You know, I have great, immense respect for your career. I've noticed the different things that you've done. Can you walk alongside with me so that I can become better? Sometimes people are willing to do it, but you have to ask, right? We learned that mentors are busy people. So you have to go to them. So it's time for you to get up, get to it, do it. After you've done all of the things that you need to do, you can boss up and win. And here's the thing, winning does not mean that everything is okay, that you're not going to have mistakes or mishaps, that we're not going to have setbacks. Winning means that I am going forward no matter what. Oh, I'm not abandoning my assignment. I'm not quitting on myself. I need you to stop quitting on yourself. It is not too late. And stop waiting. Some of us, and I remember feeling like this in some days. Those of you who have young children, we say, well, I'll wait till the kids get older. Why? Start the business now. Go back to school now. Get to it. Have a conversation with your spouse. Here's the superwoman syndrome we need to kill. Hello, ask someone to help you with the children so that you can go back to school if that's what you want to do. Or when you have late nights that you have to work on the business or write the book or design the clothes, whatever it is you need to do that you've been called to, you have to ask for help. And if you ask, I found this out because I went back to school when my kids were young, and I'm going to tell you what it did by them seeing me go to school, and it was a sacrifice. There were days I would go to the football field and sit there and do some homework while watching them. There were days when my husband, he cooked dinner because I was going to be home late. There were days that I had to take a day off, so I made sure that I didn't miss an important, play or choir rehearsal or chorus, but I stayed committed. And what it did is not only did I get a degree, but my husband got a degree. Come on, he finished school. And now all my boys are in college, and our son is going to be graduating in May, our first son. And I want to tell you that you need to learn how to sacrifice and get to it now. Stop waiting. Everything doesn't require a wait. Sometimes we wait because it's fear, because we're unsure. But I promise you that as you move forward and get to it, you are going to boss up and win. It is your time, ladies, and I am excited to see what is going to become, that in these uncertain times, you can still boss up and win. Be outstanding. Stand out, right? Above the rest. Soar. Let people see your beauty, your flaws, who you are, and watch and be amazed at what and all good things that are not only going to come to you, but your family, your marriage. Come on. It is so. And I can't wait to see it. I hope that you enjoyed this session, and I can't wait to see all my bosses, because it is time for you to boss up and win.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201, Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
I'm excited to be here with you today. I want to thank Joy for inviting me to share this virtual stage at the SOAR Leadership Summit that you're attending. We have an exercise today that's going to require a few materials, so please spend about 30 seconds and collect at least one piece of paper, maybe 2, and at least 2 colored pens or pencils if you have them, more if you like. We'll use probably 3 total. And while you're collecting that information, let's settle into this moment together. What brought you to the SOAR Leadership Summit? So jot these answers somewhere on your page. What are you hoping to take away from today's session? And consider, what are you really willing to take responsibility for after being here today? The other day I received a call. We were recommended by one of our clients to the caller. We'll call this person Brianna. She's the primary earner for her family, and she's experiencing pressure and stress because of the dependence of her income, which declined rapidly last year. She'd kept the same process to deliver her product, and she'd invested in her personal development with the thought that it would equate to business acumen. She can't afford to have another year like last year. Brianna must change because what she's doing isn't working. She did not adapt. She did not prioritize what could actually help her business change at a critical point when she needed it most. Leading my previous companies, I have one extraordinary success, one lasting success, this one, and the rest, stunning failures. I'm Jess, Dewell, strategic business advisor and host of the Bold Business Podcast. After 23 years, we're still providing unique and customizable frameworks designed for leadership and management teams to fail faster and bounce higher. I'm also a wife of 21 years, a mom of 9 years, and a cadet Girl Scout leader. We can't forget about my tiny dog, Nick, also, who knows what he wants. Like to do puzzles with me in the sunshine. On the puzzle pieces. Okay, amplifying your efforts requires commitment and clarity. We must know what we want and then prioritize our actions to achieve the results that we expect. Here's how. to skillfully move between seeing the forest and being amidst the trees. And you can change direction to attain more and make a bigger impact. You can amplify your effort and get the results you want right now. I bet you'd like to know a little bit more about that. And I'm excited to share a path forward toward achieving more with the same amount or less work. It may surprise you that only 10% of organizations achieve at least 2/3 of their strategy objectives. It's my ambition through Red Directions work to change that. You see, today, you're going to leave with a list of priorities to work from so that you can achieve more. The way to make immediate change in the results that you're getting comes down to making sure what you say yes to fully aligns to your goals by engaging with your strategy and knowing clearly what you've prioritized. What we do with our time, what we say yes to, is the amplifier of our success. The steps to prioritize are clear. The result of our effort comes from the depth necessary to amplify our effort. Today, you're going to experience the second step of prioritization, which is knowing what you will not compromise. When we know what's important to us, when we know that we're committed to achieving it, we have a foundation to prioritize what actions to take and when to take them. All right, let me tell you about 3 people. The first is Oprah. We all know Oprah. She's a media mogul and a philanthropist. She has a net worth of $2.6 billion. Lucille Ball, one of my business mentors, has a net worth of $60 million that she accumulated in her lifetime as a comedian, actress, and savvy businesswoman. We also can't forget Warren Buffett. He has a net worth of over $89 billion. What do they all have in common? Well, let me tell you. They've aligned their actions to their goals and they've prioritized that. They chose strategies and consistently use them to do more than most do in a lifetime. I'm going to walk you through the steps of an exercise which we will do in just over 10 minutes. Be present, follow the step we're on, and recognize that when we get to the end, you're creating something that you can use in your business straight away. It is time for these colored pens and that paper, and you want to be ready to write. This exercise is one that I have developed and I have used with my clients to help amplify their efforts and prioritize more, to know what they will not compromise. Now, in this workspace, we are working on our own business items in a virtual space together. So you are working on your business. You're stepping back to look at your entire forest. I want to begin and say, you've got this. All right. The first step will take about 3 minutes. This may be something that you want to come back to later. Just recognize that right now what we are doing is we're getting this brain dump and showing you the power of this tool that I have created. I'm going to go to my timer. All right. The first one is 3 minutes. Before we begin, I want you to start on your piece of paper and I want you to imagine it in thirds and I want you to draw a line across it. If you're looking at your paper vertically, draw a line about 1/3 of the way down from the top. Above that line in that box, in any form you wish, take these 3 minutes to write down everything that you have in your business plan, in your heart, in your head, everything and anything that you must do for your business's success in the next 12 months. Silence seems to go forever. We have a lot of time. We have 2 minutes left. Another quick update. 1 minute left. All right, the last few seconds have arrived, so please go ahead and finish. Come to a stopping point, even if you're not finished. See if you can find a pause so that we may go on together to the rest of our exercise. Now, this next part is exciting and important. You have to find 20%, actually, really, you need 25% of your list. Okay? So, what is 25% of your brain dump on this page? If you wrote down 20 things, 5 lines is a quarter. 25%. So figure out how many things you wrote down, what 25% is, and just note it in the top corner of your paper. Okay. Now, you already have a line that you were writing everything above the line for your first brain dump. Now I want you to draw a line down the center of what's left. So you have a left column and a right column, a left column and a right column, whichever way faces you. Okay, so this is the time to grab a different colored pen and either choose the left column or the right column, and you're making a list this time if you wrote it freeform above, and it's going to be prioritized. So whichever column you decide to write in first, write the word impact at the top. Now take 3 minutes and order your dump of information into what will give you the most impact in your business. And you want to start with the most impactful all the way to the least impactful. Now here's the thing. Impact is going to be dependent on, by the way, write while you're listening to me. The impact is going to be dependent on what you are working with and what you're showing up to in your business this year for your strategic plan. Some of us, that's going to be revenue growth. Some of us, it's going to be scaling infrastructure. Some of us, me, it's going to be what can I break first? All right, that took up the first minute. We have 2 minutes left. We're down to our last minute. All right, we are down to our last few seconds. So go ahead and come to a pause, a stopping point where you can to get that list most in order from most impactful to least impactful. Okay, now you have only one column left on your paper that has 3 spaces in it. So this time you want to write maybe a different colored pen. Fun and exciting at the top of the column that's left. This one's going to go faster. So we're only going to take 2 minutes, I'm changing my time, to write down that same list, that work that you're working from, the brain dump. You now have the impact list. I want you to write down what's most exciting and fun first for you to work on to the least fun and exciting to work on. We're about halfway there. I know some of you were like, well, I'm already done. That's cool. Let's just wait 1 more minute. Okay, the last few seconds have arrived. If you have not finished yet, go ahead and wrap up what you've got. I can turn this all the way off and set it down. All right, this is the tricky part. Remember the number you wrote? 25% of your list is up in the corner. What I want you to do is I want you to take this from the bottom, now that you have 2 columns of information. And remember, if you wrote down 20 things, your number is 5. So whatever that number is, I'm going to use 5 as an example. From the bottom, it's going to be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then you're going to draw a line above the last one. Okay. We're done. So now, I know we are on a Facebook Live group and you are watching me in a recorded fashion. Still, anyway, let's take a moment and type in the chat to each other. Congratulations, well done, and most importantly, great work, team. Okay, so see, with this in mind, we're jazzed, our brains are now full. You have what you need to amplify your effort. Everything under that line that you just drew, that last 20%, 25%, the last 25%, take it off, throw it out. Because here's the deal. It's something that could potentially be handled within another priority. It won't get you to your goal, or you're not going to have enough energy and your team isn't going to have enough energy to help you get it done. So now, where you can look at are these left and right columns and see what overlaps in the interest and impact category. This is your starting point. Tying this work back to your strategic plan, you can look at timing, you can look at resources, you can look and see, well, how realistic is the strategy that I have made so that we can get into the 10% of people that achieve the majority of their goals. That 10% number, that's so hard to think about. I'm going to say it one more time just because it's so important. 10% of companies achieve at least 2/3 of their goals. 90% of the companies out there don't. So I'm not sure why it's so hard, because it's not. It's just requiring some discipline. And now you have a tool that gives you the lens to practice this discipline that you need to do fulfilling work, impactful work, staying focused on your goal, and getting to the numbers, that revenue that you want. Remember, now that you have this, you don't have to compromise it, which means you officially have something and you know what you won't compromise. Okay, this is important because you have the ability to say no to the things that are coming up left and right when you're in the trees working in your forest. Because when you're clear about what doesn't fit, it's easy to say no. Well, how about this? Easier. Let's be real. It's easy to say no. It's easier to tell somebody else no. Haha. The thing is, if we don't keep this in mind, we're not staying true to our priorities and we're off course. This is a tool that will help you stay pointed to your true north. Priorities amplify our efforts. Now, there are 3 common traps that businesses fall into, and I'm going to share you. I will, that would be fine, but really I want to share with you one of the ones that aligns most to the issues that clients that Red Direction is serving are facing right now. It's what Brittnee at the beginning was facing as well. This concept of benign neglect. There's some sort of avoidance. And let's talk about Brittnee. She didn't fully embrace the fact that external forces impacted her business. She only decided that if she kept doing what she did and she believed in it enough, that the information she had would actually move her forward. She only listened to her own point of view. Her revenue and relevance keeps eroding every day until she chooses to make that change. I'm hoping that you can avoid this trap because you have a tool that knows what you like and what your team likes, what your strategy is that you can lay over the top of that, and what creates the impact. And you can look at the planning and the timing, because when you don't compromise, you will walk forward strongly. Even if you get off course, it's easier to get back on course because we have something that we are anchored to. Clear understanding of what's important right now and the actions for this implementation make it possible for you to forge the path that you want to be on. You can make change now. To make effective decisions that get results, we must set priorities and create the plan for the journey that is adaptable and customer focused. We must say yes to the opportunities that really move our business forward right now. That's right now. To evaluate regularly what is working and what isn't, and adjust. Let go so you can stay aligned to the bigger strategy and make sure your priorities are the right ones for right now as well. Your prioritized list is now a tool you can use to skillfully be working in your trees and coming out and looking down at those trees to see how things are going. You can achieve more work. Well, yeah, you can, but that's really not what I meant to say. I really meant to say you can achieve more without more work. You see, this is a shift from leveraging to amplifying. Let's go back to one of the questions from the beginning. Now that you have this tool, go back to this question. Consider what it would look like to fully commit to what you won't compromise. What are you really willing to take responsibility for? Now, you can take this work further. Over the course of years, I have accumulated a ton of information that continues to grow in a library that has become an on-demand and just-in-time program called Fast Track Your Business. It will help you achieve your goals. Whenever you have a problem, pop by and see. Stay focused on what conversations we're having and how and what information is being shared. Because how you work on your business, like in the exercise we did today, often means the difference between failure and success. The Fast Track Your Business program is $29 a month. Because you are part of the SOAR Leadership Summit, I will also include a 30-minute consult, which has a value of $297, to talk with you about how to implement what you've learned here. You can find out more and learn how to sign up for the program at fasttrackyourbusinesstoday.com. Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. What are you really willing to take responsibility for? That's what we do at Red Direction. We guide, we work with you to come up with plans that work not only for you and your business, for your teams also. We bring new perspective that amplifies your effort and generates the results that you expect. Thanks for being here today with me and doing this important work. You have a new tool to use to make great impact. Now, go use it.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow, and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hi everyone, I am Ashley T, also known simply as Ash T. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am so excited to be here at the Women SOAR Summit. So awesome. I know you guys are having a great time. Your lives are being enriched. Those ideas are going crazy in your head because you're so full of what you're already getting. And guess what? There is more to come. This particular workshop is titled Switching Gears, the journey from employee to entrepreneur. Some of us have never even considered this journey. Some of us are like, well, maybe this is something for me. And some of us are so glad we have already made the switch. So we're going to touch a little bit of everything for everybody here today. And it's going to be a great time. Again, I'm so happy to be here. I can't wait to give you all this info. All right. So like I said, I'm Ashley T. I love entrepreneurship, and it's something that is a little bit new for me, and we're gonna explore how I got here, but just know that I love it so much. So what I want to help you do today is elevate your thinking. Sometimes we get stuck in the way that we normally process things, the way that we normally deal with things, that we can't see outside those normal confines. But today I'm going to challenge you to elevate your thinking and begin to think in a different way so that you'll be able to get a bit of different ideas and different results. Okay? Let me know if you're ready. Raise your hand if you are ready to elevate your thinking. I'm ready to elevate my thinking too. So hopefully, I know, not even hopefully, I know because it has worked for me. I know it's going to work for you. All right? So like I said, this is the journey from employee to entrepreneur. So some of us kind of always knew we wanted to be entrepreneurs. And for me, I kind of knew, like as a child, I knew I wanted to have my own thing. But as I grew up, it kind of got further and further pushed into the back burner because we're in school and they're pushing college and they're pushing degrees and they're pushing get in a company that you can grow with. And these are things that you're hearing so much that kind of my own thoughts were getting pushed to the side, and that's super not good because I'm coming in my knowledge to know that the things that are true to you, that are inherent to you, that have always been around for you, those are the things you stick to because they're meant for you. So right before I started my entrepreneur journey, I was a child care manager. I love children. I taught the children. I managed the center and help the parents. So I was doing a little bit of children teaching, and I was dealing with the parents as well. And I loved it. It was great. I could be in the classroom and be out of the classroom, because if you've ever taught or you have a few kids, you know that sometimes you just need a break. So I love the switch off of being a manager and having those kind of responsibilities and duties, and also being able to get down with the kids and laugh and play and be silly. It was really great for me. So I loved that job. And as I was working, I kind of started to feel a bit of unfulfillment. I started to feel like, this is really great, and I'm making good money, and I have a full-time job, and I have benefits, but I still kind of feel like something is missing for me. And I would try to, let me go do a hobby, get back to doing other things that I like, make sure I'm having social time. And those things were great and they were awesome, but it wasn't enough. That kind of gnawing feeling like, girl, it was something that I couldn't hide from. So with that feeling, I got sick of it so much that I had to do something about it. So what I began to do, I asked myself, what do you do effortlessly? Like, what do you do, Ashley? Because sometimes you have to talk to yourself. Ashley, what do you do without thinking about it? And it wasn't, my first answer was dance. I love dance. I've been a dancer since I was a small child, about 3 years old. I was dancing, and about 7, I was teaching dance. So I've always been a dancer. So that was the easy answer. But for me, I knew that wasn't the only answer, because there's a lot of other things that I want to do. So my first answer, Ashley, what do you do effortlessly? And I said, well, dance. And then I thought about it a little deeper. I said, okay, well, talk, because I've always loved talking. And I used to get in trouble in dance class for talking too much, in school for talking too much, in cheer for talking too much, because I always was talking. And I didn't feel like I was disruptive. I just had things to say. So I knew that I danced effortlessly. I knew that I talked, and I had the gift of gab, and I can communicate effectively with people really well. Then I said, even beyond, there's a little bit more that I need to get out of what do I do effortlessly. And the simple answer was, I help people. And my sister rags on me all the time. Imagine being at the mall, or at a store, Target, whatever, wherever you are, you open the door to go in, and you see someone that's fairly close to you, you hold the door for them. Totally normal tendency. I, on the other hand, I will open the door to go in, and I'm going to look like, oh, that lady 5 feet over there is getting ready to come over here. So I'll wait and I'll hold the door for her. And for me, it's super fulfilling. I'm like, I helped her. I held the door. She didn't have to rush, and it was great. And my sister's looking at me like she could have opened the door for herself. Like, she was really far away. You didn't need to do that. You always are going above and beyond. And for her, it was like, girl, relax. And for me, I'm like, so what's wrong with that? That's really great. I loved helping people in the stores. Oh, miss, your baby dropped their shoe. Or ma'am, your purse is open. I don't want everything to fall out. Things like that really helped me. And those are small things, but other things, like with my family members, my friends, I always wanted to be able to leave them feeling better after they've talked to me, or after we went somewhere, or after any kind of interaction with me. I wanted them to feel better than when they left. I love to help people be, feel, look, do better. So that was something that I knew that I did effortlessly, because I had to really notice even about myself that was something that I did. So with those 3 things, helping people, dance, and talk, what of those is gonna make a career, a side job, a business, any of that? And so when I first thought about it, I'm like, talking is not a job. And clearly there are people that talk for a living. So it just was not ever in the forefront of my mind that talking was going to be a job, or speaking was going to be a job that was for me. So we kind of pushed talking to the side. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to dance. I love the arts, and I'm going to do something specifically in the arts. So I still had my full-time job. I started on the side teaching workshops. I would reserve a space in a local library, and I would offer a workshop under this business name, which I had been holding on to since I was in college. The name is called Creative Motion. And I would hold on. I said, I know that I'm going to call it Creative Motion Arts Center, and we're going to dance. So I was holding these workshops, and to this part of the story is kind of smaller, but my job found out that I was doing these workshops. The director found out, and she felt as though me doing the workshops was taking away from the business of her franchised childcare center, which obviously was not true. They were cities away, not cities, but towns away from each other. They really had nothing to do with each other. This was something I was doing on the side. And lo and behold, it became an issue for her and the company. And so I lost that job. So I was kind of thrust into either you're going to be unemployed or you are going to be an entrepreneur. And I don't know about you, I just didn't like the sound of unemployed. So I said, okay, I am not without a job. I now own a business. So I looked up, I said, I've been doing these workshops. I'm going to have to make it a whole thing where it's not a workshop. It is not something to do on the weekends. It is my business. So I looked up, let me tell you how things come all full circle. In college, I did a full business plan for Creative Motion that I had no intention on using. And guess what? Now I was there. I had this flyer with Creative Motion on it and nothing else to do. So guess what? We're going to dust that business plan off and make it my business. So I made it a business. I got my EIN, I, registered my business. I did all the formation things that I was supposed to do. And I have a legal business entity and I now have to run it. So for me, I chose entrepreneurship, but in reality, it was kind of pushed upon me. And I know some of you guys know that sometimes we might need a nudge to do something that we should have done, that we know that, I've been thinking about doing this for years and you never quite get around to doing it, but it's something that you totally are capable of doing, totally should have done. It's old news. You know that you're supposed to be doing this, and sometimes we need the help to make the decision. And sometimes that decision has to be made for us, and it was made for me. And guess what? That was the best decision, push, force, kick out the door that I ever had. And it helped me in ways that I cannot even explain, because it pushed me into what I was meant to be doing. And I'm grateful for the push. So I have this business and it's going great. I have a performing arts camp and kids are coming and they're being enriched and these kids feel better. And I'm teaching dance classes, and then COVID hits. And so my business is in a mall. The mall shut down. I cannot do business. I cannot reach my children. I cannot hug my babies, and it's hurtful. So one thing I have learned in my entrepreneurship is that there's something about an entrepreneur that's different than a small business owner. An entrepreneur, ideas, creativity, they're always on to something. And guess what? As an entrepreneur, you're going to make your business work because you have to. And a small business is more, I have this business and this is what I'm working on. An entrepreneur is, I'm going to start this and I have this idea that I'm planning to make work, and I'm going to have somebody do this, and we have a lot of things going on because we're really, 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 really creative and have a lot of things to say and do and things that we want to do. So that entrepreneurship was still in me with COVID, and I couldn't reach my kids. And guess what? I knew I had to reach them. So we came up with other ways to reach them. That entrepreneur spirit, although it was kind of something I was jolted into, it's something that I couldn't deny, because at the end of the day, I knew I was creative and I had the ability to make it work. I just needed the situation to make myself make it work. So that was the gear switch, getting pushed into something that I didn't think I was ready for. I had to make those gear switch, or else they would have not been in motion, and I could not be sedentary. No way. So I have this business, and guess what? It's not always that simple. We don't always just happen to do it. I want to teach you 3 ways to help yourself get from the journey from employee to entrepreneur. And some of it is not going to be thrust immediately into entrepreneurship. You got to go step by step. So for me, it took for me actually having to go through it to be able to come back and say, hey, this helped me, so I'm going to help other people with it. Are you ready for number 1? Number 1 is to focus. So us creative people have a lot of ideas all the time going around, and I want you to take those ideas, and they're all beautiful and they're all amazing. I want you to take those ideas and you pick one. You pick one and you bring it in and you focus, because when you have tons of ideas, you can't have a real plan for all of them because it's too much going on. I fully believe in multiple parts of the body all working together. So it's totally feasible for you to have more than one business, but you gotta focus on one thing at a time. Now, if that time is one thing on Monday and then one thing on Tuesday and one thing on Wednesday, that's what works for you. Or it could be for someone, we're going to work on this thing for 6 months and get that together. And then the next thing, 6 months, we're going to work on this thing, and that what works for you. And that's great. So you focus those ideas and you pick one thing that you're going to really hone in on and build up. Okay. So that's the first one, focus. The second one, you're going to give it a name. So for me, you had to name it. It takes that big abstract idea from your mind that is just, whoa, I made this up and what am I supposed to do with it? It takes that and it makes it here, it makes it now, and it makes it tangible. Give it a name. Number 2, give it a name. So if you say, I have this idea about journals that also have pictures that help you be able to write, like a writing prompt. Cool. You have to focus that idea. All right, so I want my journal to include this, this, and this. Now you give it a name. I know my journal includes pictures, and it's going to be kind of like a prompt for adults to get their creative juices flowing to be able to write. And I want to call it From Picture to Text. Whatever. You call it whatever you want to name it, but you give it a name because that makes it real. It makes it a real thing. So number 2 is give it a name. And number 3, you're going to do one thing to move blank, to move picture to text along. So whatever you name it, you're just going to do one thing to move it from a name and an idea into an actual moving idea. You got to give it some juice. Okay, so that one thing could be opening an Instagram account. It could be opening a Facebook page. It could be deciding to watch related videos on YouTube so you have more knowledge and can draft a business plan, can draft up some ideas of where you're going to start with actual programming. You could follow people that are related or follow people related to what you want to do. So you follow other people that offer journals or that, that sell journals, that have created journals. You are going to follow them to see the ideas that are working for them and see ideas that maybe you can use and maybe you don't, you now know that you don't want to use. The ideas are what help you make a clear path of what you're going to do, not taking from them or downing them, but finding the path that's going to work for you. So get the Instagram page, get the Facebook. Social media is so big right now, and you have to make sure you're on that ball because it's a rolling. Okay. Also with social media, you can follow people that are doing what you're doing, because not people that are also entrepreneurs are going to give you entrepreneurial ideas. People that are offering prompted or offering journals are going to give you other ideas. So you want to follow things that get your mind get your mind going toward the mark that you're trying to get to. Okay, so one is focus. You got to bring all those big ideas, you got to reel them in and make them into one thing at a time. All right. Number 2 is give it a name. You got to take that idea and give it a name. That's like a lot of times when you're creative, it's like you're birthing something, you're pregnant with something and you're getting ready to release it and give it out to the world. So when you're pregnant, you have all these ideas of what your baby's going to be, what they're going to look like, how they're going to feel, what you're going to dress them. And you have all these ideas, but you can't do anything with it until you bring it forth. And when you bring it forth, you have to name it. The first thing everyone says is, oh, what's their name? Give it a name. Number 3, do one thing to move that item along. Do something to move it forward. Now, this doesn't have to be with doing this solely with just a big business. This doesn't have to be a big idea like starting a new business. You can do this small with a new idea, a new branch, a new arm, a new part of an existing business. So you can do this with a business. So you're focused on what exactly your business will entail. So the ideas are a little bit different if it's based on a big business or a small idea or branch of a business, but it's the same steps. Focus, give it a name, and do one thing to push it forward. You'll find that once you start, it's easier to continue. Starting is the whole thing that gets you going. You can't go until you start. So I have something that I normally do, and I have a workshop that I normally do called Not a Leap, Just a Step, because all it takes is a step for you to start the race, to start the journey. And it doesn't have to happen in the same speed as anyone else. It doesn't have to look like anyone else. It's important that you stay true to yourself and you just start. You just begin, because beginning gets you to a place where now you're in the race. You're not in the ability to begin to be in the race until you start it. All right. So we have to start. You can use it for big business ideas or smaller ones. Focus, give it a name, do one thing to move it forward. All right. You can do this. You have everything inside of you. Like I said, that itch I felt of unfulfillment, I know you guys have felt it, and your mind tells you. It tells you the things that you need to know, the things that you need to do. You have intuition. You know. Don't forget to ask yourself that question. What is it that I do that no one can take from me? What is it that makes me special? That's the thing that you hone in on, and you push that forward, and you do it because you love it and because it's going to help somebody else. All right. So one thing I will add for you guys is that you need to hire, invest, look into a business coach. They help you if you need the help with getting your ideas from big to small, or making your idea, once you've narrowed it down, making sure that your idea has the ability to work. You get a business coach. Some you'll have to hire, some you can just follow, and they'll give free business advice on social media or YouTube or something. But you need to have somebody that knows business and can help you be creative in a way that pushes your business and your idea forward. A business coach changes the way you look at your business, the way you think about your business, and the way you think about yourself. So a business coach like myself is able to empower you to do the thing and get it done. All right. So what I want to tell you guys next is thank you for joining me. I am so glad that I had the opportunity to talk to you guys today. And I hope that, I know that now you're feeling empowered, you're feeling enriched, you're feeling like you can do the thing, because guess what? You can do it. It's 3 steps to just get you started. All you have to do is get that ball rolling, and it'll keep going and keep going and keep going. All you have to do is start. All right, guys, you can do this. I want you to connect with me. Please reach out to me. Email me. My email is loveashtspeaks@gmail.com. You can also reach me on Instagram at loveasht. So reach out to me. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you need from me. And let me tell you, you'll get on my page. You'll see fashion. You'll see comedy. You'll see videos. You'll see business tips. You'll see events. I want to help you guys grow. And so I give lots of opportunities for that to happen. So connect with me. I want to hear from you. And when you reach out, say hi. I love new friends. Don't forget that. And let me tell you one more thing. We all have an opportunity to grab these t-shirts. This t-shirt is Embrace Faith. And guess what? Faith can be whatever you put your faith in. You are embracing faith. You might think faith in yourself, faith in your ability, faith in your knowledge, faith in your family, faith in love. Whatever you put your faith in, you need to embrace it, because that is what gives you strength to move forward, to do the things that you wish you could do. And one last thing, I want to make sure you know to choose faith over fear. Choose faith over fear, because like I said, if you're putting your faith in that business, there are going to be things that come up against you that make you feel like, oh, I can't do this. Oh, maybe I'm not ready. Maybe I should wait. But no, you know what gives you that drive. You know that what makes you feel like you can do anything, and you hold on to that and you use it to propel you forward. Don't forget those 3 steps to go from employee to entrepreneur. You can do this. I want to tell you guys, I'm Love Ash T. I want you to be empowered. You can do it. I want to hear your testimonies. I want to hear your stories about how you did the journey from employee to entrepreneur. I know you can do it. I can't wait to see you. Connect with me. Thank you for joining me. Listen, all you women, you soar. Have a great day.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow, and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hey there, I'm Mary Cravets. Welcome. This is More Clients, Less Marketing, how to create more leads and income by doing less. Now, this is going to be great content for you if you fall into one or two categories. Number one, if your client generation is inconsistent and stressful, and you need to start getting better results quickly. So that's number one. Or number two, if your business is generating clients consistently, but it is taking up all of your time and you really would like to streamline so you can free up some time so you could scale your business, or I don't know, simply take a little time off. What a concept. All right, so let's jump right into the content. Okay, so here's your official welcome to More Clients, Less Marketing, how to create more leads and income by doing less. So my first question to you is, do you ever feel like this? Like your brain just has too many tabs open, so much going on. Well, the good news is today is not about doing more. Today is about understanding how to maximize what's already working in your business. Because what I know about you is you're accomplished, you're smart, and I'm just here with structure and a system so you can bring your gifts and your brilliance to the table and then maximize them so you can be getting more clients, earning more money, and making a bigger impact, all with less effort. And I want to start with a really big picture so that we can start big and then focus down. We're going to start that right now. So if you aren't getting all the new clients and business you want, it's generally because there's a problem in just one of these 3 areas. You either, number one, don't have a comprehensive client generation plan. If you don't have a plan, you're likely feeling busy instead of productive, like you're spinning your wheels. Now, if you're having an implementation problem, something's getting in the way of implementation, that may be because you're getting distracted by bright, shiny objects and you aren't building momentum. If that's the case, it's often an implementation problem. Or number 3, you need to improve lead generation. And this generally means you need to work on maximizing a current strategy or building skills in a new strategy. Otherwise, you're probably dabbling in too many things and you're not going to get traction. And that's it. Plan, implement, lead gen. You're going to get a lot of tips and tactics you can implement right away, but bigger picture, looking at the growth of your business and client generation, this is the most important thing for you today to get crystal clear about which of these 3 things is your priority. So how are we going to get there? All right, here's what we are going to cover today. Number one, you're going to learn a simple mindset tool that melts resistance to implementing marketing. Number two, you're going to create a customized lead generation strategy that will allow you to stop wasting time and money on things that don't work. And number three, you're going to get the 6 essential elements of an effective client generation plan that makes it easier to attract clients, grow your income, and make a bigger impact in the world. And I'm going to build this content from the ground up for you. I want to share you where all of this comes from, because I think it's important you know that this isn't theory or something I read in a book somewhere. It is from my in the trenches, hard-won experience. So I'm back. Hi. Yeah, I started this business 10 years ago, and today I have this great training and coaching company. We're on track for the 500,000 mark in the next couple of years. But at the beginning, it truly looked nothing like this. I was running in a million different directions. I was super excited to be running a business, but not charging what I was worth, no real plan of action to attract clients or reach my goals. And it took me less than 2 years to completely burn out. I was diagnosed with adrenal exhaustion, and suddenly I only had 4 hours of energy to run my business each week. And so as I was trying to figure out how to navigate the crisis, a question popped into my head, and this is the first thing I'm going to recommend you write down. And that question was, what's working? What's working? I did not have time or energy to chase down what the latest, greatest marketing trend was, or figure out what Facebook was doing with its algorithm this week. I needed to know that whatever strategy I put my very limited energy into would actually produce results. So starting with that one question, my business started to grow as I recovered. And over the years, that one question evolved into a bigger system that I'm going to share with you. And this is what it looks like. This is what helped me double my business several times over now. And it's the reason my clients consistently increase their income 50% or more. This is what I'm going to share with you today. And from all of these experiences, I learned 3 things for a fact. Number one, I did all of this when I was sick. So if I can do it, anyone can do it. Anyone can learn how to create a steady stream of great clients. You don't have to be born with it. Number two, to win in business, you need a customized strategy. There is no one size fits all cookie cutter approach to success. You've got to customize. And number 3, when you do it right, business building can be easy when you have the right system in place and are intentional. You can stop the overwhelm and accomplish so much more while actually doing less. So let's jump right into learning a simple mindset tool that melts your resistance to implementing marketing. Because the strategies I'll teach today will clarify how to best spend your time in marketing. But if marketing and client generation always falls to the bottom of your list, or if you have resistance to putting yourself out there, then we've got to address your mindset. Because if we don't address that first, then no matter what you learn here today, you're going to snap back to doing what you've always done. So here's the tool. It's a single, simple question that gently but persistently shifts your perspective. It's a question. Am I willing for this to be easy? Am I willing for this to be easy? And this works because your brain is essentially wired to say yes. When you tell yourself something will be difficult, your brain says, yes, I can make this really hard for you. Let me throw some obstacles in your way. But when you start using this tool, this question, like a mantra, am I willing for this to be easy? Am I willing for this to be easy? Your brain will say yes. Let me do away with all that pesky stress and resistance. Let me serve up simple solutions. I'm here for you. Using this question as a foundation makes a profound difference in your stress levels and also what you can accomplish and the bottom line results you get in your business. All right, so now I'm going to make sure that you get ready to roll up your sleeves and do some work. You're going to create a customized lead generation strategy that will allow you to stop wasting time and money on things that don't work. Because there are so many ways to market your business out there. How do you distinguish your winning combination of lead generation activities from all of the noise? That's what we're going to do today. And just so you know where we are on the map, we're going to start your custom formula of proactive marketing today. All right, so if you haven't already get out a piece of paper, and we've got to stop the overwhelm. All of those ideas you have about how you could grow your business, how you could get more lead generation out there, we've got to stop the overwhelm. That's the first step. So on a piece of paper, create 2 columns, line down the middle of your paper, left column, right column. In that first column, you're going to list all the marketing activities you do consistently, the things you do inconsistently, the things you think you should be trying, the things you see advertised, the things that you get in your inbox where someone is promising you an avalanche of leads by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, list everything. List everything. I'm going to go through this exercise completely, and then I'm going to recommend you do this on your own time with more thought and care when you have a little more time. Okay, so you want to get everything out onto paper so that you're not burning energy thinking maybe I should do this, maybe I should do that, maybe I should do the other thing, and ending up just paralyzed and eating a pint of Ben and Jerry's instead. Get everything out onto paper. And this is what it might look like. Just this big long list. Look, it even goes off the page. There's so much that you can consider. This is about quantity, not quality. We're going to zero in where you should focus in just a second. So stop the overwhelm, get that list together. Now, your second step is going to help you start to identify what works for you. So in your second column, you're going to write down the names of clients. Okay. Great clients. You notice the smiley face next to the clients? That's because what I'm going to show you will actually multiply the results, the clients that you put in column 2. So you don't want any PETA clients, any of those pain in the ass clients that haggle or don't appreciate you. Don't include them. We don't want to multiply them. So write down the names of, as many of your great clients as you can think of, and you're going to do your evaluation based on them. And then the last step is very simple. You track back where your clients came from, what marketing activity brought them to your door. And this usually reveals a concentration. And so these strategies that you discover what's working already, this is going to form the foundation of your plan, showing you where to focus your precious time and energy so you get the best results. Now, what do you do with this? Because it's very nice to know something, but it's important you get them into action. So here's what you do. You've got your identified strategies. They're going to be different for everyone. You take those strategies. The first thing you do is convert them into actions. Okay. So on my list, you see speaking. Speaking isn't something that I can just do today if I choose to. Okay. There's an action involved. What is the action? Well, actually, there's a couple. Do some research on groups and organizations that want speakers, and then do some outreach and inquiries. So the first thing you're going to do is convert those strategies to activities. Then you're going to decide on the activity level. Let's take speaking again. How much speaking are you going to do each month? Or how much do you want to do? And so how many activities are you going to do? How many actions are you going to take? 20 speaking inquiries, 10 speaking inquiries, 2 speaking inquiries. What are you going to do? And then you want to take that activity and get it into your calendar so you actually do it, and then track your results, because what you're doing is creating a formula. This is what we do with our clients. It's a list of actions you take, a list you check off that brings predictable results. And I want you to imagine how different it would be to focus on a short checklist of actions each month that you're confident would consistently bring in results, cutting out all of that wondering and worrying. Right. Now, one of the things I know for sure already is that referrals is one of the number one ways that's most effective and least expensive ways that service businesses get new clients. And I want to provide you with an additional resource in this area because I know how effective it is. Because obviously you would love to have more referrals, but like most businesses, you may not know how to systematically generate more. And the good news is it's simpler than you might think. You just need a structure to follow. So just kickstart your efforts and support you beyond our time today. I am going to give you immediate access to my digital course, Referral Generation Made Simple. It's a concentrated 90-minute course. It's packed with training, action guides, scripts, templates, so you don't have to waste time figuring out what to say and what to do to start generating more referrals intentionally. So if you'd like access to this course, send an email to me, mary@simplygetclients.com. Subject line SOAR and smile in honor of our conference here. And within about a day, you'll get an email that gives you access to my entire learning platform and immediate access to this content. So you'll need to confirm via email. Just be prepared for that. And I want to emphasize something really important. Okay, so this is my gift to you, but I want to keep going because there's still quite a bit of content to go. I want to emphasize something really important here, and that is that lead generation, client generation. This is a skill set. Even highly talented, highly successful people, even people with like a super successful corporate background, they simply have a gap in their skill set when it comes to client generation. And it's a skill set you can acquire. And I want to give you an example, which I hope will motivate you. So this is John Rex. He's the former CFO of Microsoft North America, and he had a brand new executive coaching business. He'd gotten some clients, but he realized that his huge corporate success didn't actually translate into knowing how to successfully run his new business, and especially getting clients. Okay, so this is a very accomplished man, and yet his successes didn't translate into knowing how to get new clients. It was just a skill set he hadn't learned. So after doing the exercise you just did, we took his top strategies, we worked backwards from his goal. And when we did this and his whole completed client generation plan that I'll share in a minute, he was able to double an already profitable year. This is a skill set. You can acquire it. If it isn't working right now, it isn't something wrong with you. It is something anyone can do. I stand by that. So let's go into the 6 essential elements of an effective client generation plan that makes it easier to attract clients, grow your income, and make a bigger impact in the world. So in order to succeed, you must have a client generation system and plan that consistently attracts high quality clients. So I want you to ask yourself, do you have a written client generation plan? And if your answer is no, that's very common. Most people do not have an overall client generation plan because it's very detailed. And a lot of people they learn a little here, a little there, and they just end up with this time-consuming mess. But if you want to grow and scale your business, you've got to have a system. So next, I'm going to equip you with that bigger picture understanding of client generation so you can be proactively attracting more clients and having more consistency and control over your results. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the 6 elements and define each of them for you. I'm going to recommend you write them down, and then you will assess how clearly defined is this in your business. You're going to use a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is low and 10 is high. Don't overthink this. Just first thing that comes to mind, assess your business. This is a simple assessment to understand where you are right now with your client generation plan, because there are things that are working great in your business already, and there are things that need to be tuned up. You're going to discover which is which right now. So the first element is a values-driven profit strategy. This is your foundation. It includes 3 things: your values. Are you incorporating who you are and what you value at the deepest level? Your vision. Do you have a clear picture about where you're going and why? And number 3 is your profit strategy. Are you clear about how to package and price your services in order to confidently reach your financial goals? So on a scale of 1 to 10, how dialed in is your values-driven profit strategy? Number 2 is your proactive marketing plan. That's what you started today. Do you have in place a simple, repeatable checklist of activities that drives the number of new leads you need each month to reach your financial goals? On a scale of 1 to 10, how dialed in is your current lead generation plan? Number 3, ideal client clarity. Are you clear about who your ideal client and where to find them? So you're not wasting time marketing where they are not. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how clear are you about your ideal client and where to find them? Number 4 is magnetic messaging. Are the words you speak, the words you post, the words on your website, are they clearly articulating the value of what you offer? If you are clearly articulating the value of what you do, your ideal client will literally immediately say, I need you. This happens to me and my clients all the time. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how clear and magnetic is your messaging? Number 5 is sales and closing. Very simply, can you close the sale and ask to be paid what you're worth? Scale of 1 to 10. And number 6 is time management mastery. Do you get your priorities done consistently, or are you working nights and weekends and still not getting the results you want? Okay, so what do we do with this? You remember this slide at the beginning. This is where we bring it all together now. If you found that 4 or more elements of yours need work, then your most immediate need is an overall plan for client generation. It's time to step back and get clear so the actions you're investing in your business actually have a positive return on that investment. Now, if you have 5 or more areas that they really look dialed in, you've got like a 7 or up, but you're not getting the results you want, there's probably an issue with implementation and consistency. Now, if everything looks great except for your proactive marketing plan, then you probably need to up level and get a little more intentional about a current lead generation strategy, or you may need to integrate a new lead generation strategy. Now, in some cases, you'll need all 3, and that's okay. I want to show you how that can work out really wonderfully for you, just to keep you motivated. So this is Georgia, and I remember when I met her, she's this amazing coach from Australia. She was ready to quit her business because all she saw quote unquote everyone doing was that, oh, you have to be on social media all the time and you have to do lead magnets and online funnels. And she hated being online all the time and all the tech. But because it was the only option she saw to grow her business, she invested over and over in these high-tech social media driven programs, but was still never able to attract clients. And she was pretty frustrated by the time she met me. So even though she was very skeptical that my simplified approach would work, a little frustrated because she needed all 3 of those areas we just went over, she took a chance and decided to work together over 6 months in my accelerator program. And here's what happens when you take consistent, focused action in all 3 areas. She got her plan together. She focused on lead generation through speaking. She filled her speaking calendar. She's getting dozens of leads from her speaking, was able to enroll clients with ease. She had all of those 6 areas dialed in, implemented consistently, and now she's working on scaling strategies because her calendar has filled up. And that's what it takes. It takes effort and intentionality. All right, now I'm sure you're very, very happy for Georgia, but how do we make the magic happen for you? What do you need to do in order to pull together your plan, improve your implementation, or master a lead generation strategy so you can create more income and lasting impact? Well, I have 3 steps for you. Number 1, identify one bite-sized action so you can take action from what you've discovered today. So what's one bite-sized action you've discovered? Write that down, get it in your calendar. Now, bite size is great, but because I've met entrepreneurs before, I bet you wrote down more than one thing. Am I right? Because you want more. I get it. So this brings us to the second step, and we're going to get into the creative centers of your mind. We're going to get that part of your brain on board. So do this. Go ahead, and if you've been taking notes, put your pen down, take a deep breath, close your eyes. And I want you to imagine having a steady stream of great clients coming in. These are clients who pay you what you're worth. You're making a difference. You're known for your expertise and your brilliance. And to attract those clients, you have a plan. It's not just any plan either. It's a plan full of things you love to implement that are simple and clear, where you feel authentic and never pushy. You know exactly what to do. You know where to go. And you know what to say to take prospects from a handshake to enrolling as a client. And you do all of this with confidence and with consistency and with ease. Now take another deep breath. Open your eyes. Is that a vision you could get behind? Yes? I hope so. So now you're feeling inspired. You're like, yes, I see what I need to do now. I need to systemize. I need to customize. But what's the challenge with making changes? You're a busy person. You're fired up now, but how do you keep this level of focus and inspiration week after week so you really start seeing results? So at this point, I recommend you identify something really important. When thinking about what you want and need in your business, who do you have in your corner who's accomplished what you want to accomplish and is available to help you when you need it most? Now, because some of you may have the support you need, but if you don't, I invite you to consider working with me. Now, this isn't for everyone, but if you're looking to significantly grow your business without working nights and weekends, it's time to figure out what it's going to take to make that happen. So what I'm offering today is a complimentary breakthrough call to get that clarity and to explore working together further. Now, this is a great option for you if you've been feeling a little stuck in your business and you're not sure why and could use a reboot, or if you've been looking for support but just can't quite picture what that looks like. Now, these are complimentary calls, but they are limited in number, and they're intended for you if you're willing to do what it takes to reach your goal. You're willing to invest in yourself. You're decisive, driven, and you just want to make sure your hard work actually pays off. So if that sounds like you, then on this call, you'll get one-on-one time with Jane. She is my top strategist, and she will help you get clear on your biggest challenges and what you need to do to solve them to get the results you want. And she's really a master about telling you the truth about what needs to be done and helping you get clarity to see if my accelerator or my accelerated plan program or something would be a good fit for you right now. And like I said, she will be straight up with you. If it's not a fit or it's not the best thing, it's not for everyone. All right, so how do you get one of these magical appointments? Very simply, you go to breakthroughcall.biz. Breakthroughcall.biz. It's a scheduling page. You just pick your date, pick your time, boom, you're done. One less thing to think about, and it puts you first in line. Now, in case you're thinking, okay, that sounds interesting, I'll just jot down that site and I will get around to it later. I'm going to give you an incentive to schedule now so all this clarity and good intention doesn't get lost in the shuffle. If you book your call in the next 30 minutes, I will give you a few free gifts. You'll receive a digital copy of my complete ebook of strategy and encouragement for the impact-driven entrepreneur and access to my Launch Your Six-Figure Speaking Strategy digital course that really demystifies how to get on stages so you can be enrolling more clients. Now, I'm happy to offer all these goodies because I trust if you schedule a call, you're serious about exploring working together, and I want to match your level of commitment right up front. Fair enough? All right. So just as a reminder, if you would like access to that additional resource, a referral generation made simple course, just send an email to me, mary@simplygetclients.com, subject line SOAR and smile. I'll make sure you get access to that course, and you'll also get the first chapter of my book. So I just want to close with a quick story. And that is the story of right before I opened this business. 9 years ago, I owned a different business, one where I was busy instead of strategic, where I settled for small successes, where I undervalued my services. And I woke up, it was almost 10 years ago now, and I thought, well, what am I doing? I am so done with this, but I don't know what else to do. I dragged myself to a networking meeting, and I heard the speaker say one sentence that made not knowing not important anymore. It lit a fire in me. And after that meeting, I quit my business. I phased out my clients and made space to step into my strengths, my big vision, and tremendous results have followed because of that leap. So here is the quote. A major source of unhappiness in the world is people settling for what is passable instead of reaching for what is possible. Now, what I hope every time I present is that I not only have expanded your idea of what is possible, but also equipped you with tools that will make that big possible, your reality, a little bit faster. Whew, that was a lot, I know, and it was coming at you fast. But just know you have my email. Implement what you've learned. Reach out to me if you'd like to know about some of the other resources. I have a quiz to help you determine where you should go next. I have a networking group. I have so many great things, and I also have paid programs. So please don't be shy. Reach out. If I can support you to getting to your next level of what's possible, I want to do it.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more. Hello and welcome. My name is Brittnee N. Smith, and I am your personal brand strategist, helping you to create, cultivate, and monetize your brand. And today we are talking about the basics of 6-figure branding. Why 6 figures? Because when you are making that kind of money, it's because your brand is presenting in a way that commands that kind of wealth. And so today we're going to talk about some of the basics of how to build your 6-figure brand. All right, so let's get right into it. Alrighty. So my name is Brittnee N. Smith again, and I am representing my business, Brittnee Smith Creative Company, where we help our clients create, cultivate, and monetize their brand. So we help you get your ideas out of your head and manifest them into a presentation that you can be proud of and that's going to command the attention of your audience. It is super important that we show up everywhere excellently. Right? We need to show up in excellence everywhere that we are, everywhere that your brand is, especially in today's day and age where we are online and in people's faces. The internet is inundated with coaches and businesses and chefs and salon owners and all kinds of businesses and people who are trying to get the attention of your clients. And it's important that you present in a way that will get the attention of the people that you are trying to reach to make the most impact. All right. So it's important that you show up consistently and that you don't leave any coins on the table. And so while I've been doing this for quite a while now, I had an epiphany during this pandemic. And I realized that in order for me to level up or scale up in my business, I had to scale up in my presentation. I had to scale up in the content and context of my business. My epiphany was that 6 figures isn't safe. I had to step outside of my comfort zone. I had to present in places and on platforms that I wasn't comfortable being on. I had to change the look and feel of my brand to attract the right kinds of clients, because let's face it, when you're first starting out, you'll take money from any and everyone. You'll take any kind of client. And if we're honest, $35 flyers was not going to get me to six figures in being a graphic designer, right? $100 or $200 landing pages was not going to get me to a six-figure business. And so I recognized, my epiphany was that six figures isn't safe. I want you to type that in the comments right now. Six figures isn't safe. And so I had to do some things. I had to shift some things. And so I'm going to share just some of those things with you right now. We are going to get into some six-figure branding basics. Are you ready? I need you to drop "I'm ready" right in the comments right now, and we are going to go ahead and get into it. So, our six-figure branding basics, we're going to talk about the ABCs of six-figure branding. And each letter has three items or three topics underneath that I'm going to talk about to help you get your brand together. All right. So the first thing is, and this is a basic one, this might seem like a given one or something that you would say, duh, but if you would look out into the crowd, you will find that there are lots and lots of businesses out there that do not have an authentic feel. They do not have an authentic message. They do not have authentic representation. And I don't know about you, but those kinds of things, I interact with brands and sometimes I feel this slimy feeling like you just want to get my money or you just want to sell me on a concept and you don't really care about me as the customer. And so you want to make sure that authenticity is at the foundation of your brand. You want to make sure that people can feel you, feel your care, feel your desire to meet their need or solve their problem. You want people to know that you truly can be trusted as a business, that you're operating in integrity, that you truly care about the cause that you are championing, or that you are truly telling a message that is true to you as the owner or as the company, right? So authenticity is major, especially in 2021, where people can interact with brands on a one-on-one basis. You can go on Twitter right now and you can tweet to Chick-fil-A, and Chick-fil-A, the corporation, the brand, will respond to you, an individual customer. That is highly important for us as smaller businesses to make sure that we are bringing authenticity to the table. All right. The next one is attention to detail. I cannot stress enough how important it is that just because you have a title or just because you have the name of a business and you slap it up there and you say we're open, does not mean that you can slack off in making sure that everything is done in excellence, making sure that your social media posts are tasteful, making sure that any communication you send out is proofread, making sure that your images, the photos that you use, one, belong to you, but two, aren't offensive or obscene. You want to pay attention to detail. If someone emails you and says, hey, I didn't really enjoy this product, or there was an issue with the product, you want to pay attention to how you handle your customers, right? Attention to detail is important if you want to become a six-figure brand. These are the things that people pay money for. This is the reason why people buy name brand versus generic things, or people buy the real thing versus the knockoff. It is the attention to detail. Are y'all getting this? I need you to make sure you're dropping these notes in the comments so I know that you are getting and picking up what I'm putting down, right? And then last one for A is going above and beyond. As a small business, I can speak for myself that this is one of the things that has gotten me more and more and more business. People keep coming back to me because I go above and beyond for my clients. People send people my way because I go above and beyond for my clients. So what does that look like for you? What kind of business do you have? And what does going above and beyond look like for you and your clients? Is it the thank you note that you send out in your packaging? Is it the first name basis that you develop with your clients that you're working with? Is it that remembering their birthday and sending them a happy birthday card or a happy birthday product or whatever? Going above and beyond. When your business or your company makes a mistake or there's an error, do you do all that you can do, not only to rectify the problem, but to add a little something extra so that your customer or your client knows that you truly, truly care about them and you truly care about the relationship. Going above and beyond will absolutely make or break how far you can go. All right. So that's A. Let's get into B. The B for our basics is brand awareness. People will not buy from you if they have no idea that you exist, right? So you want to make sure that you are constantly pumping your email list, pumping social media, just letting people know who you are. Wherever you go, you should be a walking billboard for your business. You ought to have business cards on you. You ought to have a link that you can just text to people or DM to people. You ought to have a t-shirt, something with your logo on it. You ought to be making people aware of your brand. If you don't cheer for you, other people won't cheer for you. If you don't champion your cause, other people won't champion your cause. If you don't say the name of your business out of your mouth, other people will not say the name of your brand or your business out of their mouth. So it's important for you to make sure that you are promoting and pushing, or practicing rather, brand awareness. Let's keep going. Next, built-in brand loyalty. Built-in brand loyalty. And this is so crucial, especially if you are a small business and you are building. You want to create brand loyalty in everything that you do. So how do you do that? One, it's through those relationships. It's building relationship with your clients and your customers, getting to know them. Or if you sell a product or something like that where you're serving lots and lots of people at one time, making sure that your brand messaging truly speaks to the soul of the people that you are trying to reach. You want them to say, hey, they are speaking my language. I have got to have every item or every product that they are offering. I have got to be connected to that brand. We are fans. You want to create fans through relationship. You want to create fans through how you serve your people. And I'm telling you, whether you have a service-based business or a product-based business, customer experience matters. It's more than just getting them the product in their hand. Did the product get to them on time? Did the product get to them in good shape and it wasn't in a crumpled up, beat up box? Did the product include something that they weren't expecting that they really appreciate? Built-in brand loyalty. Let's keep going. All right. Business acumen. Oh my goodness gracious. I cannot tell you how many businesses I come into contact with who have an amazing product. They have an amazing service, but they have no business acumen. And what that means in a simple way is an understanding of how business works, even if it's on a basic level. For example, you do not look at someone else's idea and copy verbatim what they have done and post it as your own. Basic business principles that you just don't do, right? Copywriting is a no-no, right? Taking and stealing someone's ideas is a no-no, right? Business acumen. How are you dealing with your financial transactions, right? It's one thing to just be starting out yesterday and all you have is Cash App or Venmo. That's only okay for like a day or two, right? You want to start in a professional way. Start with a business PayPal account. Start with getting your LLC so that you can open up a real business bank account and you can start to accept payments via credit card online, right? You want to make sure that people can view you as a professional business. Another item under business acumen, business relationships and how you serve others or how you expect others to serve you. Are you a person of integrity? Right? Are you a person who is reliable, who will do what they said they will do, or who will provide what they said they will provide? Right? Or does your mock-up on your website look all crisp and nice and fancy, and then the product that the person receives at home looks nothing like it? Business acumen. Do you have an accountant that will help you keep track of all your business finances and transactions? Do you keep your business finances and personal finances separate? Business acumen. Do you conduct yourself as a business? And even on your personal pages, are you conducting yourself as someone who owns a business? Because people are always going to connect you with your business. And so if you are trifling, right? If you are not the best person as a human being and people know that about you, chances are they're not going to want to do business with you in your business on your company side, right? So you want to make sure that these things are in place as you are building toward 6 figures. All right, let's keep it moving. Now, here is C. And this is one of the things that people, when you think of branding, this is one of the main places that people go, right? The colors of your brand. So while this is a huge part of your brand, it's not the only thing that matters. Your visual presentation is not the only thing that matters. As you can see, we've just gone through 6 things that are needed or required for a 6-figure brand. And none of them had anything to do with the outward appearance of your business. So now let's talk about the colors. Let's talk about the fun stuff, right? When people come up with a business, they're like, oh, I want my brand colors to be this, or I want my logo to be colored this, right? Well, in order for you to be effective in choosing your colors, because this is where you need to listen, okay? Just because you like aquamarine, just because you like fuchsia, just because you like periwinkle, does not mean it is the best color for your business choice. Or best color choice for your business, rather. And the reason why I say that is because, one, there is something called color theory. There are different feelings and adjectives and emotions and thoughts that are connected to certain types of colors. So if you have a food business, right, there are certain colors that lend themselves to hunger, satisfaction, comfort, energy, right? If you think about all of your favorite food places, many of them have the color red. The color red is a color of passion, desire, right? Hunger. We love to eat. So that's why red is one of those colors. Yellow is another one of those colors. Orange is another one of those colors. You need to know why you're choosing the color that you're choosing for your business. If you are serving children, you're not going to have black, white, and gold as your colors. You might want to go with something more playful, like red, blue, and green, or red, blue, and yellow, those primary colors, right? Something bright and bold and fun. If you are aiming for women, right? Maybe you're not going to go with the darker, deeper colors, but maybe you are going to go with the pinks and the purples and the pastels and different things like that. Obviously, it depends on what kind of business you have, what kind of product you have, right? But it also very much depends on your audience. Keep your audience in mind, but also keep your industry in mind. If you are in the financial industry, lots of financial institutions want to use the color green because money is green, right? It sounds very basic, but it's very, very real. So I need you to keep that in mind as you are developing the color palette for your brand. You want to make sure that you choose colors that are associated with the goal that you are trying to accomplish, or the people that you're trying to reach, or the industry that you're trying to impact. Make sense? Make sense? If it makes sense, drop "I got it" in the comments right now. All right. Next is consistency. OMG. OMG. O to the M to the G. You guys, this is one of the most important. If you don't remember anything else today, remember that in order for you to become a 6-figure brand, you have got to be consistent. Oh, I cannot stress it enough. Like, there's nothing even more for me to say other than that. You have got to be consistent. There are people out there right now who are killing the game with mediocre product, mediocre services. They don't know what they're talking about, but they're getting paid. They're getting clients, and people like you and me will be sitting in a corner mad because nobody's coming our way. Well, if you haven't posted since 2 weeks ago, if you haven't told anybody about your business, if you haven't sent out an email, if you haven't done a live video, if you haven't sent in a request for a proposal, if you haven't been consistent, people forget about you. They don't trust you. If you say, hey guys, meet me live at 1 p.m. on Mondays, and then one Monday goes by and you show up at 3, and then the next Monday goes by, you show up at 10, and then the following Monday you don't show up at all, there's a problem there. And people do business with those who what? They know, like, and trust. I need to trust that you are going to tell me 3 ways to lose this belly fat at the time that you say you're going to tell me, right? So consistency is everything. Even if all you can do is post once a week, baby, you better stick to that once a week so people know where to find you and know what to expect from your brand. All right. I cannot stress that enough. Another thought on consistency. When you are designing things or having someone else design things for your brand, you want to make sure that your images look similar. You want to make sure you're using those same colors we just talked about. You want to make sure that your fonts are the same. You want to make sure that your language is the same. You want to make sure that you are presenting in a consistent way, both visually and in terms of your content. All right. Consistency is key. Can you say that with me in the comments? Consistency is key. Say it one more time. Say it loud so the people in the next room can hear you. Consistency is key. All right. Next one, connection and community. Like I mentioned before, in the year 2021, that's what year it is right now. If you're listening to this, in a different year, we're in 2021 right now. We're still in the midst of a pandemic. Connection and community is really going to be something that you can build your brand's foundation on. I've heard it said like this: in order for you to make 6 figures, you don't need an email list of 25,000 people, right? You don't need a stadium with 10,000 people in it to hear your message. All you need is 100 connected people in a community, in your community, 100 of them to give you $1,000, and you have just made $100,000. 50 people to give you $2,000, right? Is that right? I think so. No. Yes. You do the math, but you get where I'm going with this. You need to make sure that you are creating connection and community around your product. Nowadays, it's not enough to have a good tasting cookie. Nowadays, it's not enough to have a good book. You have got to create connection and community around your product, your service, your brand. And as you create that brand loyalty, Nike can put out a pair of socks with the Nike swoosh on it for $5, and millions of people will just buy it because of that connection and community. I'm an athlete. Nike's my thing. I wear Nike, period, right? So you want to create connection and community around your brand. How do you do that? You can do that through Facebook groups. You can do that just through your consistent content running on your Instagram or your LinkedIn or whatever platforms you use. You can run contests. You can, when you are posting on social media, making sure that your posts are engaging and asking questions, getting people to interact with you, and you actually responding back. It's not enough to post a poll and then have people vote and then do nothing with that information, right? So you want to create connection and community. These are things I'm telling you that are foundational to creating a 6-figure brand. These are things that are in place, assuming that you already have an excellent product or an excellent service. If you don't have an excellent product or service, you need to start there first before you put these things in place. But you need to check these things off your list. If you currently already have a brand, you want to hold your brand up to these things and make sure these things are in place, and you will be able to achieve 6 figures by being consistent in these things. All right. Now, obviously, there's more to the 6-figure strategy than just these things, but these things will have you well on your way. So, moving forward, that is my presentation, but I just want to let you know, if you need help. Some of you are go-getters. Some of you are strategic in your own right. Some of you are creative in your own right. And you can go ahead and take what I've given you and apply it and rock the house and achieve your 6 figures. And that's great. I hope you do it. But there are some of us that say, you know what? I need a little more help. And let me tell you something. You can kill your business with DIY anything. Right? There are people out there who are making their own graphics, and graphic design is not their first strength. There are people out there building their own websites, and website design is not their strength, right? You want to create a business where you are doing only what you are good at, right? And so what I want to do, I want to invite you to my course, Build Your 6-Figure Brand. It's a 6-week intensive brand creation masterclass for women in business who want to design a brand that commands 6 figures. I am so excited about this class because this is my jam. Branding is my jam. And when I can get face to face with my clients and say, listen, this is what you have, this is what it can be, and this is how we're going to get it there. That is what I love to do. So it's a 6-week class. I'm going to tell you really quickly what you're going to learn in it and what you get with it. And you can decide if you are going to enroll. All right. So in this course, you're going to learn things like how to identify and develop your dream client profile. It matters who you are aiming your content at. If you are selling weight loss to people who don't need to lose weight, you're not going to make any money, right? So it's important for you to identify and develop your dream client. How to clarify and leverage the why behind your business. People are all for stories, good brand messaging, right? And so we're going to talk about how to clarify that story and leverage it. How to tell a compelling story. How to create an irresistible brand look and feel. How to use systems and funnels and strategies for your success. How to create a digital product that generates real leads, and how to process those leads to get the sale. This thing is going to be action-packed for 6 weeks, and you get to meet with me live, ladies, okay? You get to meet with me live for 6 weeks, and by the time we're done, this is what you're going to walk away with, all right? One, you're going to walk away with all the course materials, any workbooks, dittos, anything like that. The videos you're going to have access to. You're going to walk away with some graphic design skill. All right. I am a graphic designer. That was my first strength, my first business was graphic design. And so I still do that as a part of my business for my clients. You're going to do a mood board or brand guide. And all that is kind of like a vision board for your business. So it'll have your brand colors up there. It'll have what fonts to use. So if you decide to pass that graphic design on to someone else, they know exactly how to create for you so that everything is consistent. We're going to develop an avatar profile, your dream client profile. We're going to talk about how to develop an online course of your own. You're going to get a one-on-one strategy session with me. There's some office hours. We're going to create 30 days of brand content in this 6 weeks. You're going to get a private group with live instruction. We're going to create a digital product for you. And then we're going to have some fun at the end with a closeout networking party. I'm telling you, you do not want to miss this class. The class begins April 19th and we're going to go into May, almost to the end of May. And it's going to be so much fun. So I want you to go to bit.ly/BY_6fig brand. It's all right there on the screen. I'll type it in the comments for you guys. I want you to go. The page gives you more information and how you can enroll. And there's a secret special discount for those of you who want to sign up from the SOAR program. I want you to go to that page and you will get a special discount by using the discount code Woman SOAR. All right. So how much is it? So the course itself is $997, but with the SOAR discount, you get $100 off, and that is going to be $897. And then obviously you say, you know what? I really want to take this course. I need a payment plan. That's also available as well. And you can get all that information on the site. Make sure you visit bit.ly/BY_6figbrand. Type it all in caps so that you can get hooked up and you can build your 6-figure brand. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm Brittnee N. Smith, and I'm your personal brand strategist, helping you to create, cultivate, and monetize your brand. I would love to connect with you. Make sure you visit me on social media, Instagram, Facebook, or LinkedIn at Brittnee N. Smith. You can contact me, contact@BrittneeSmithCreative.com, or you can visit me online at BrittneeSmithCreative.com. Thank you so much and have a great rest of the summit, and I will see you in class. There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Good afternoon. It is Joy Morgan here of Joy Morgan Motivates, closing out this amazing 2-day event. I hope that if you were here, that you got something that was impactful, something that was life-changing, business changing. I'm telling you, I've been blown away. The content has been rich. The speakers have been amazing. And it's been such a pleasure networking with you over these last 2 days. So we made it. I'm going to land the plane today, and I want to share with you how to soar during uncertain times. How to soar during uncertain times. I'm telling you, the content that we got, from mental wellness discussions to how to get more clients to making our adversity an opportunity. I mean, we could go on. We got money-making strategies. We learned how to shift our mindset from scarcity to abundance. I mean, what amazing content. And so now what we need to do is we need to take it and utilize it so that we can soar. And as I mentioned yesterday in my introduction, I am a leadership strategist. I feel like I've been a leader all of my life. That when I was 4 years old, or actually 3.5, I became the oldest sister to my little sister who came into the world. And from that moment forward, I have been a leader because I was called to lead her. And I found myself in leadership positions when I was in school. In high school, I was the drum major. I was on the student council. I went into college. I was a choir director, and so on and so forth. And everywhere I go, I found myself in leadership. And because I've always found myself in leadership, I have had the opportunity to lead during uncertain times such as these. Perhaps it wasn't a global pandemic, but the uncertainty of layoffs or the uncertainty of the money not flowing into a company or organization the way we expected, the uncertainty of trying to figure out what type of staffing we need, or when somebody critical to the organization leaves, the uncertainty of who's going to replace them. Listen, life and leadership is filled with uncertainty, but we who are desiring to be effective leaders must manage uncertainty effectively. We have to. If we're going to be effective, we've got to do that part effectively. And so, as you know by now, the title of this summit is Woman SOAR. And that title is rooted in the love of one of my favorite birds, the eagle. I absolutely love the eagle. It is such a majestic bird, and there's so much that we can learn from the characteristics of an eagle. And so I think of an eagle when I think of the word soar. And as I've studied how an eagle soars, one of the things that absolutely amazes me is that the eagle, when there are storm clouds gathering, the eagle will fly into the storm. See, most birds, most creatures, most of us, when there is a storm brewing, we will avoid the storm. We are trying to run away from the storm. But eagles, their tendency is to fly into the storm because they know that the wind that is created within the storm will cause them to soar above the clouds. They actually use the storm to their advantage so that they can fly higher, so they can elevate to another level. So they don't run from a storm. They actually look for a storm, understanding that the winds that come from the storm will help to elevate them to another level. That right there is a teaching moment for us as leaders, for us as just women in general, that most of us do not look for a storm. We're not looking to run into adverse situations. But if we could take everything we heard over these next 2 days and realize that there is opportunity in adversity, that we too can use the winds of change that come in the midst of a storm to take us to another level. I believe I said this yesterday. We've probably heard it over these last 2 days, that through the uncertainty of this pandemic and all that's come with it, there are skills, there are things that we've had to learn to adapt that we would not have learned had we not gone through a global pandemic. There are words that I had never heard of before until we actually embraced and had to embrace a global pandemic. And so such it is with life and leadership, that with adversity becomes opportunity for us to soar, to elevate, to go to another level. And we have to, as leaders, change our mindset and look at adversity, challenges, and what we might want to classify as storms. We need to look at those things with a different perspective. And so there are four things today that I want you to embrace as we learn as leaders how to soar during uncertain times. Well, the first thing that we want to do, just like the eagle, is we want to embrace courage. It takes courage to run into a storm, to run into a challenge, to actually endure a challenge. It takes courage because, if we're all honest, there are scary dynamics to a storm. In the midst of this global pandemic, it was scary. Let's just all be honest. We did not know. Many of us in our lifetime had never endured anything like it, never had to confront anything like this. We were hearing of sickness and death rates of climbing by the day, and we're losing loved ones. And then businesses are being shut down, and the uncertainty of a lack of flow of money, and the uncertainty of having to homeschool our children, and the uncertainty of what was going to happen to our loved ones. It was a scary time. It was a very frightful, fearful time. But when we are leaders, we are called to embrace our courage. Yes, we must be courageous during uncertain times. And so what that really says is courage is a strength that is utilized even in the face of fear. And so what we're hearing today is sometimes, even if we are afraid, sometimes we have to do a thing afraid. And oftentimes we allow uncertainty to paralyze us. We allow it to paralyze us. And if the truth be told, many of us in this pandemic, we did not go forward. We didn't make progress. We began to go backwards, not just because of the circumstances, but because we didn't know what decisions to make. We didn't know how to move forward because we didn't know what the future held. And it was challenging for many of us to try to make decisions in the midst of uncertainty. But when we are courageous, sometimes we just have to move forward anyway. We can't afford to stand still in the face of ambiguity. That we can't afford that. And this pandemic and 2020 and 2021 has shown us that this could just be the times that we're living in. We are hopeful that this pandemic is wrapping up, that it's coming to an end, but we don't know. We've heard the stories of variants, and we're not sure yet just exactly how effective vaccinations will be. The truth is, we are uncertain. And if we wait to be certain, then we will be stuck. We will never move. And so we have to now embrace our courage and say, you know what? I'm going to find a way to proceed in my business, in my life, in my family, in my finances. I'm going to find a way to be courageous so that I can move forward. And I have to be willing to act even without what I might consider to be incomplete or complete information. I have to move forward, even if I don't know all the answers, even if I don't see all the pieces of the puzzle coming together. Courage says, I'm going to move forward even in the absence of all of the answers, and do my best to formulate answers with what I already have. But what I can't do is stop. What I can't do is be paralyzed. What I can't do is get stuck where I am, because again, this may be our new reality. So I want to start this whole talk off by saying it's time for us to stop running from the storm. And so for us to run into a storm and embrace and allow the winds of change that come around a storm to take us to another level, we have to be courageous. We have to look at a storm. We have to look at our uncertain times. We have to look at the challenges that we face and that are in our future and say, you know what? I'm going to do it. And sometimes, ladies, we have to do it afraid. And so I want to leave you with that, with number one. As we embrace courage, I want to say to you, I want to encourage you, I want to inspire you. After all of this good meat that you've gotten over the last 2 days, I want to remind you that sometimes we just have to do it afraid. So number one, if we're going to soar and stand out above the rest and lead during uncertain times, we are number one going to have to embrace our courage. All right. After we do that, number two, we have to embrace our purpose in the midst of uncertainty. When storm winds are blowing, whether you are on the sea or I don't know, if you can imagine yourself in an airplane and you're hitting turbulence, I know for me, I really hate airplanes. That's a little secret about me. I can't stand airplanes, but I do what I have to do. It's what I always call a necessary evil. I get on the plane, I just don't like it. And when I feel that turbulence hitting, I often will grab my seat so that I can almost anchor myself, so I can sit still and try to control what I can control. If I'm on a boat and the boat is kind of rocking back and forth, I'm looking for something to hold on to anchor me. When a boat reaches its dock, they make sure that they cast down an anchor so that the boat doesn't move. And so what I want to submit to you this afternoon is that your purpose serves as your anchor during uncertain times. See, listen, I had quite the itinerary planned for 2020. It was going to be one of my most packed schedules for speaking. And COVID-19 happened, the pandemic happened, and everything went away. I was going international and I was just crushed. If I'm honest with you, I was disappointed. I was crushed. I live to empower people. I live to motivate them. I live to see people fulfilling their purpose and going after their destiny. And I began to wonder, how was I going to do that if I couldn't go out, if I couldn't gather in a crowd and speak on a platform, if I couldn't touch people through my coaching? How was I going to motivate the masses when I couldn't reach, if I couldn't touch, if I couldn't see the masses? And so I had to adapt. I had to do something different. And I was able to change what I was doing when I got rooted back in my purpose. My purpose is to help other people find their purpose. My purpose is to help people to develop their voice and discover the leader within and help people who are new to entrepreneurship. I had to change my methodology, but the motive stayed the same. We have to tap back into the why, and that will help us to adjust the what. Sometimes we forget it's our why that fuels the what. And so if I know my why, if I know that my purpose is to help other people find their purpose, fulfill their destiny, speak and talk and share and communicate effectively and to run their businesses successfully and to monetize their gifts, then I just need to define another way to do that. And so I took it virtual. We're here in this summit on a virtual platform where I get the opportunity myself, along with these amazing speakers, to motivate you to more, to help you to fulfill your purpose, to help you to soar during this time of uncertainty. And I didn't have to fly to Singapore. I didn't have to go to Australia. Those of you who are on the other side of this country, you didn't have to come meet me here. We were able to do this virtually, but I had to tap into my purpose first. You have to know why you're doing what you're doing, and then you can adapt the what. You can adapt the how, if you will. And so when you feel like your entire world is shaky and it's all over the place and you're looking for something stable in the middle of the mess, it's your personal or your organizational purpose that's going to help you stay rooted in the midst of ambiguity and uncertainty. And that will help you to stay true to who you are. It will help you to stay authentic. And I want to say this, it may have exposed for us this season that maybe we're not clear on our purpose. Maybe we don't know. Maybe we mixed up the what and the why and the how. And somehow we got confused as to what we were doing and why we were doing it. And so as we are looking for the anchor that we call purpose, I want to encourage you to revisit the purpose, because you want to make sure that your purpose can still stand, that your purpose remains even in the midst of instability. I mean, this has been a downright unstable time. But when I got confused and when I didn't know what tomorrow was going to hold, and I didn't know what the next level of quarantine was going to be, I had to remember who I was. I had to remember why I do what I do. And for you, if you don't have a business, if you're not a part of an organization, tap back into your personal values. What is your personal vision statement for your life? What is it that you're still trying to do? Tap back into that and let that anchor you when all of the winds of change are blowing around you. So number two, you want to make sure that you embrace your purpose in times of uncertainty. It will serve as your anchor as the winds of change around uncertainty are blowing. Number three, oh my goodness. Now, this one, I have to be honest with you. This is a tough one for me, but you must embrace discomfort, especially the discomfort of uncertainty. I like to know what's going on. I like to be in control. My discomfort comes from not knowing what's next. And if 2020 didn't teach me anything else, I had to learn to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Is there anybody that wants to admit in the chat today that you have had to increase your comfort with discomfort? I mean, many of us, we're railing against having to stay in the house. We're railing against having to wear this thing over our face and all of the rules and the restrictions that have come as a result of this global pandemic. I love to travel as much as I don't like planes, but I love to travel and to be restricted as to where I can go. And when I do get there, I can't get out. I have to quarantine. All of these things are uncomfortable. There's discomfort around all of that. But we have had to learn in this season to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. And the only thing it felt like, and it has felt like, that I could count on is that something was going to change. It's the only thing that I could hold on to, that tomorrow I'm almost positive something's going to be different. Something is going to change. And I had to get comfortable with that. And so how did I do that? Well, number one, I had to plan for it. I had to plan for the uncertainty. And then, you know what that meant? I had to plan to not know. I am a part of or lead a couple of organizations, and I have hundreds of people who are relying on me to have answers. And they would ask questions of me. What's next? How are we going to do this? When are we going to do this? Where are we going to do this? And I had to get comfortable with saying, I don't know yet. If you are going to embrace the discomfort of ambiguity and uncertain times, you also have to be comfortable with not knowing. You have to be comfortable with not knowing. Oh my goodness, that's so good. So how do I get comfortable with it? I just prepare for it and be prepared to tell people, I don't know yet. Now, what I am committed to is finding the answers that we need, but I just may not have them right now. And sometimes the answers are beyond my control, and I have to wait for powers that be to tell us, to tell me what's allowed, what can be done, where it can be done, how it can be done, right? But sometimes I just didn't have the answers. And if we're honest, as much as the officials and doctors and all of these people, the government, they got up in front of us to the best of their ability with the face of, we know what we're doing. When we first heard about the pandemic, at least where I live, they made it sound like it was going to go away in 2 weeks. This will all be over. It'll blow over. We were given restrictions and closings based 1 or 2 weeks at a time, and weeks turned into months. And here we are. Some organizations, some businesses have yet to open. Here it is a year later. They didn't know, but they had to do their best to get answers. And those who got the most in trouble were the ones who were not willing to admit that they didn't know. As long as they admitted, I don't know yet, but I'm committed to finding the answers, then they were able to lead more effectively and successfully. A great leader has to be willing to prepare for uncertain times by preparing to not know and just admitting it. And then the next thing that's really helpful as you're leading and you're trying to embrace being comfortable with being uncomfortable and embracing ambiguity and uncertain times, go from should to could. See, because if you're anything like me, during this time, I was beating myself up because I should be able to tell my team what's next. I should be a better leader than this. I should be able to create and develop this product better. I should be talented enough for this assignment. But there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure that comes with should. And if we turn our should to could, now we can unblock our progress forward. So if I say, instead of I should be more talented than this, or I should develop this in a better fashion, I say to myself, I could develop this better. And now I unlock an opportunity for brainstorming, for innovation, right? And so we take the pressure off of ourselves as to what we should be doing, and we turn that thing around and say, this is what I could do. And then we invite people into this space of what we could do, and we will see creativity go to an all-time high. And what could be now becomes a springboard for generating new ideas, a springboard, again, for brainstorming options for what to do next. And it takes me from that place of oppression. There's something oppressive about putting that pressure, right? That pressure, that pressure on ourselves as to what it is that we should be doing, and instead allowing ourselves to consider what we could be doing. Number 4, next, I want you to embrace vulnerability. Wow, that's a big one. Oh my goodness. We, in the midst of uncertain times as leaders, what I have found to be very, very effective in my leadership is to embrace vulnerability. It is a misconception, leaders, women, entrepreneurs, speakers, whoever you are today. It's a misconception that being vulnerable is a sign of weakness. I want to say, on the contrary, that it's actually a sign of strength. It's not weak to be vulnerable. I like to follow a woman by the name of Brittnee Brown. And she wrote in Dare to Lead this as a definition for vulnerability. It's the emotion that we experience. It's the emotion we experience during times of uncertainty, risk, and emotional exposure. I'm going to say that again because it's so rich. Vulnerability is the emotion, because there is an emotion attached to vulnerability that we experience when we're in the midst of uncertainty, when we're about to take a risk, and emotional exposure. It is having the courage. We just talked about courage. It's about having the courage to just show up, to fully engage and be seen when you can't control the outcome. I'm going to say that last part again. It's having the courage. We just talked about it, to show up, to fully engage and be seen even when you can't control the outcome. And I mean, in 2020, we could not control the outcome. We just couldn't. There was nothing we could do about it. And many of us were tempted to retreat and go backwards and hide and disconnect and disengage with people and our businesses and our vision and our purpose and our organizations. We wanted to unplug because we didn't have answers as leaders. But vulnerability says, you know what? I'm going to show up anyway. Even if I don't have all the answers, I'm going to show up anyway. I'm going to fully engage in this leadership process, even if I don't know what's next. And leaders can use this as a tool to build stronger relationships with those that you work alongside of and even lead. And then you make it known. You make it known what's going on in their heads when you reveal what's going on in your head. It lets them know it's okay to be uncertain. It's okay to be afraid. It's okay to be emotional. Because what's happening now is your sharing is perceived as caring. And so your employees and your students, those who you're mentoring, they will again now be able to see you as human. They will be able to touch into your humanity. That's why I told you yesterday was about touching base with our humanity, because as much as we want to soar in our pursuits towards fulfilling purpose and destiny in our business, we got to remember, ladies, we're human. And that vulnerability, that vulnerable side of us reminds ourselves, when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, we are only human. And then it reminds those we serve in leadership and in our respective positions that it's okay to be human. It's okay to be transparent. It's okay to admit that we don't know what the future holds. And that should give us a level of empathy, because I'm in it with you. I'm not just sympathizing from afar, but in the midst of this pandemic and in the midst of all of the things that have happened as a result of the pandemic, we have gotten in the pool with people. So often we want to be on the shore. We don't want to be in the water. We want to be outside of the pool, and we want to look down at everybody and tell them how to swim. But when we're empathetic, we get in the pool with the people, and if we need to, we help to get people out. And so we need to be empathetic leaders, and that helps to build trust, and it helps to create a culture where change is more readily embraced and accepted in uncertain times. Because if they know that you're in the same boat as it relates to their humanity, then they can trust you with their emotions and their fears. It's so important for us to be vulnerable, but we have to allow ourselves to do that. And when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, specifically with those we lead, we're winning trust. That's what we want. You're in the sweet spot of leadership when you win the trust of those that you lead. And so when you own this process, it makes you more credible as a leader. It does. It makes you more credible. You're perceived as someone as calm, collected in the face of uncertainty. Because let's be honest, no one has all the answers. And what we found in 2020 and even in 2021, that not even the experts, not even the scientists, not even the high ups in the government, we didn't have the answers. And we had to allow ourselves to be vulnerable enough to say, you know what? I don't know yet. I'm committed to finding the answers. And so when we embrace that, I'm telling you, you're going to create a culture that you're going to love to lead. So I want to just say again, be an eagle. Don't run from adversity. Don't run from these uncertain times. Face them head on. Allow the winds of change to elevate you and take you places you would have never gone had you not gotten in the midst of the storm. Embrace your courage to do that. Do it afraid. Do it afraid. Tap into the strength you need, even in the face of fear. And then you want to use your purpose as an anchor in the middle of these uncertain times. Use that as an opportunity to remind yourself, I'm stable somewhere. Embrace your purpose. And if you've got to revisit it, do that too. And then embrace the discomfort of being uncomfortable. You have to embrace that, do that, and just do that by planning to not know everything and turning those shoulds into coulds so that you can begin to create an environment of innovation and brainstorming. And then lastly, embrace your vulnerability. If you do those things, I'm telling you, you will lead successfully, even in the midst of uncertainty. It has been my absolute joy, pardon the pun, to be with you over these last 2 days. I hope that your life, your business, your purpose, pursuits of destiny have been enriched. They've gone to the next level. We will be keeping the replay of this event here. If you missed a session, we encourage you to go back, take a listen, be enriched all over again. And then I want to also invite you personally to join me for a leadership challenge, the Woman SOAR Leadership Challenge that I'm going to be hosting in a couple of weeks. It's a 5-day challenge, and I want you to join me, and I want you to learn your leadership style. I want you to learn how to leverage that leadership style, how to effectively lead teams, and so much more. I have almost 20 years of leadership experience that I can bring to this challenge and help you along. It's totally free. I want you to sign up and join me for this challenge. Just go back to joymorganmotivates.com, go to the Woman SOAR page, sign up. It's totally free. We will meet together on a Facebook group page. You'll have daily videos and lessons and homework assignments for you to do that will help you to navigate your way through leadership, specifically as you lead in these uncertain times. I would absolutely love the pleasure to work with you in that challenge. So go ahead and join me so we can continue to spend some more time together all over the world. I'd love to see everybody from all over the world. The other thing is I am about to release my book called Woman SOAR, and it's 10 principles that you need to lead to help you to stand out above the rest. And so again, you can go to the Woman SOAR page at joymorganmotivates.com and pre-order your book. That's coming out really, really soon. And I would love the opportunity to do that. And if you didn't hear already, again, I am a speaker coach, and I have my Talk Like a Boss 201 class coming up. I have 10 spaces available. I don't know what's left after this conference, but I would love the opportunity to coach you and to help you get more confident, gain confidence in your speaking ability. And so I encourage you to sign up for that as well. The end of the class will culminate with a mini summit of those who went through the class so that you can utilize the tools that you gained during the workshop. So please do sign up for that as well. And I look forward to staying connected with you. Please do join me at the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network page here on Facebook. Would absolutely love to see you connect there so that we can continue to soar together. So I want to say again to all of my speakers, thank you for your rich contributions to this summit. I look forward to working with you again in the future. I'm hoping that we can maybe get some collaborations out of this. And to all of my attendees, thank you so much for joining me over these 2 days. I hope that your life was enriched as a result of being here. So again, I'm Joy Morgan of Joy Morgan Motivates, and I look forward to seeing you soar. Take care.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman SOAR 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow, and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.